everyone. Welcome to the regular board meeting for Milford Exempted Village School District. It is Thursday, October 19th, 2023, and it is 6 o'clock. I need a call. That is a call to order, so let's move on to a roll call. Mr. Espy.
Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Mrs. Nolan?
Yes.
Mrs. Mason?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Yes, thank you. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, let's move on to the approval of the agenda. Before we make a motion, I'd like to make an amendment that Mr. Spicer has an additional presentation that he would like to do at the beginning of presentations. So I need a motion to approve the agenda with that addendum. Do I have to do that separately?
No, it can be all together
Okay.
if there's a motion for that.
Okay, so we'll do that. We'll do that together. I need a motion, please.
So moved. Second.
No discussion. Call the roll.
I just wanted to say it's for a hometown hero. The reason for the presentation is a hometown hero.
That was my ask, is
There you
let's
go.
make sure we plug in what we're approved, the amendment, so, yeah.
Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Mrs. Nolan?
Yes.
Mrs. Mason?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Yes, thank you. I need a motion to approve the minutes from the regular board meeting of September 21st, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, hearing none, call roll.
Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Mrs. Nolan?
Yes.
Mrs. Mason?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Yes, thank you. Okay, I need a motion to move into executive session. The purpose of the executive session is to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official, or the investigation of charges or complaints against a public employee, official, licensee, or regulated individual unless the public employee, official, licensee, or regulated individual requests a public hearing. Need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Call a roll.
Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Mrs. Nolan?
Yes.
Mrs. Mason?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Yes, thank you. We will be going into executive session. I'm anticipating probably an hour, hopefully a little bit less than that. We apologize for doing this at this point, but we need to go ahead and do this. So talk amongst yourselves. We'll be back as soon as we possibly can. Thank you. Okay, thank you for those who decided to stay and talk amongst yourselves while we were back in the other room. Let's move forward now with presentations. Superintendent Spicer.
Thank you, President Miranda, members of the board. We do have some featured artists this evening from McCormick Elementary. I'd like to introduce Mr. Josh Kaufman, Director of Fine Arts Extracurricular Activities.
Thank you, Mr. Spicer, Board of Education. It's always my privilege to recognize our student artists in the district. Our student artists this month are representative of McCormick Elementary. And unfortunately, with some of our elementary school kiddos, they had some other commitments tonight. They were here a little bit earlier, so we did their recognition right at 6 o'clock. But some of them had practices or homework or some early bedtime. So we did recognize them. Mr. Wilson and I will recognize them in their buildings as well. But I would like to just kind of take a moment and recognize the artwork of, we'll go from oldest to youngest. Jack Strasser is a 6th grader. Raylan Poff is a 5th grader. Eleanor Bragg is a 4th grader. Avery Brigadoy is a 3rd grader. Amelia Pugh is in 2nd grade. Anna Capaluenza is in 1st grade, and Piper Hegg is in kindergarten. So all of their work will hang in the lobby of this building for the next month for all the public to see, and we are very, very proud of the artwork that they've created. I do have just a couple of fine arts highlights to share with you. Really, they are more kind of upcoming events. Our marching band will be participating at Grand National Championships on November 9th. It's actually the day of the next Board of Education meeting, so we will not be recognizing student artists that month. Because I will be with our student musicians in Indianapolis for Grand Nationals. We're excited for Clue coming up next month. It closes also on November 9th, the night of next month's board meeting. And happy to report that the Zamudio Auditorium, Zamudio Theater renovations remain on track, and we're excited to share some, what I think by next month will be some pretty impressive photos about the renovations. So thank you again for the opportunity to celebrate our student artists.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Appreciate it. Next up, we do have a PBIS, Positive Behavior Supports presentation. I'd like to ask Jenny Berkeley she's going to come up to the podium. We're going to go back and forth a little bit here on this presentation. Thank you, Steve. So this month is National Bullying Prevention Month. I'm going to try to hold a microphone and a clicker at the same time. So it is National Bullying Prevention Month. So this month we'd like to talk a little bit about our PBIS program and our anti-bullying efforts here at the schools. And first and foremost, I'd like to start off with our portrait of an eagle. Our portrait of an eagle lives inside of our strategic plan in the student success goal. And as you can see from our graphic that Milford students are empathetic, lifelong learners that are confident learners, effective communicators, purposeful collaborators, critical thinkers, persistent creators and innovators, and information evaluators. I'd like to give a shout out to my partner over here, Paul Daniels, Chief Academic Officer, who also worked with us last year to create a measurement tool for us to make sure that this portrait of an eagle is something that's living and breathing, and so we do measure those, and we'll be doing some walkthroughs tomorrow, as a matter of fact, to make sure that we are measuring the success of the portrait of an eagle. I'm going to turn it over to Jenny. What is PBIS?
All right, thank you. And first, I also want to share a special thanks out to Kelly Ellison, who's our coordinator of student services. And Kelly leads the work for PBIS in the district and has done so for the last 2 years. She's really moved us forward and made some great strides to the well-established programs that we've had. She was unable to make it tonight, so I'm actually kind of speaking on her behalf and going to help follow through the slides, but she is always available for questions. So in looking at PBIS, what is PBIS? PBIS is a positive behavioral interventions and supports. It is our district-wide systematic approach to promoting, modeling, implementing, and sustaining expected behaviors while building on the strengths and confidence of the students. It is really utilized as a positive approach to discipline, which leads to a reduction in office referrals, in-school suspensions, out-of-school suspensions, and that decreases losing the loss of instructional time for students. So it noted there, it says PBS is a systems change process that requires ongoing communication And I just want to share that data is gathered through our online public school platform that captures our teacher and office referrals. This data is consistently analyzed to allow for adjustments and focus areas based on the needs of students and patterns identified. And those are actually different in all the schools. So that data is very detailed in looking also at settings across the school itself, time of day, classrooms. So I think that's important. And even on the bus, we have really spent time even working with our bus drivers on how to implement PBIS. So it's a full continuum of services from the time they get on until the time that they leave for the end of the school day. The district's level of PBIS implementation is noted on our school report card, so that is a requirement of ODE. So I have that information, and they have different areas that they want noted, and those have increased through the years. And it is also important to note that discipline is still issued as appropriate per the Code of Conduct. So this isn't a replacement for discipline, but this is really a way for us to model those expected behaviors. So on the next slide, looking at the full continuum of services here, it really starts in preschool through grade 12. So our preschool has actually been a front runner of this. They've been a model for some area, both in the area and at the state. So each school has an acknowledgement system. So if you look there, you see that preschool and elementary have PBS rewards that they work for. So students are rewarded when a positive or expected behavior is seen, and then typically those are collected, and then there's a more of like a reward ceremony that's typically school-wide, and we highlight that expected behavior that we're seeing. And then we also have junior high and high school. So those look a little bit different. Kelly has worked a great deal with junior high and high school over the last 2 years. So Kevin Metzger, the assistant principal at the high school, is really leading that charge there. And I think as of this week, the goal was that there would be 500 positive notes out. 530. So he's been sending updates that we see on a regular basis. Assemblies, see here. Then I wanted to talk a little bit that the assemblies for reminders and reinforcements are conducted. Really, we start those out at the beginning of the year, and then we always do a reset at the beginning of second semester. So with the data, we also maybe have targeted areas that sometimes recess is more of a challenge, or hallways, or the lunchroom, or wherever that is, and those become the target. With that data, all buildings also have Tier 1 and Tier 2 PBIS committees. So just as we have layers of intervention for academic needs for students who are not hitting benchmarks, we also have those tiers for PBIS. Tiered placement, again, come from these committee meetings that they have, and those are self-selected by staff who want to be a part of the PBIS committees in the school, and that data. So when we talk about Tier 1, again, that is a reminder that that's general learning done for all students within their general education classrooms, and typically are problem solved at the teacher level. So those remain in the classroom. There are some processes to put in place. There's think sheets. There's just one-to-one conversations, and thinking about how you can respond better in a situation that would be more positive. And then Tier 2 would be for students that might be struggling to withhold those or uphold those expected behaviors. So we add in some different personnel that are all within the building and really do some short little but evidence-based informal interventions for them. So a popular one is a check-in and check-out. Check-in and check-out is with an adult to review daily goals and reminders. So you go to them in the morning, kind of think about, these are the goals, these are my target areas, and then you're able to check out with that person at the end of the day and reflect to see how your day was, maybe process something that was really good, to process something that you can do better tomorrow. And those check-in, check-out partners are really, they can be our secretaries, sometimes they're our custodians. They can really be any staff member that student has built a good relationship with. So it's nice to get the whole building involved with that. And then we also have a district-level PBIS committee. That committee is quite large. It's probably about 30 people, made up of teachers, some school psychologists. There's a parent on there. And what we do is really just look at the process as a whole comprehensively across the district. There are guidelines that we follow, and we're just continuing to try to hone in on what's best and to build that program and make it stronger. Here you'll see, if you are a parent or a guardian in the district, you probably are familiar with really what are the three pillars that each school has decided that are their, their motto, if you will. So we started with the academy, and you can go all the way down to preschool. So typically, they all have three. There's usually three pillars. The only difference there that you would see is that SIPELT is safety, ownership, attitude, and respect. And that is because it spells SOAR. So their rewards or awards are around SOAR. So they have four key words there. So these, if you go into the school, and you typically, they're plastered all over, and if you talk to students, most students can tell you what their three pillars are for their school and have a good understanding of what that expected behavior would look like. So most of our elementaries do a pledge every day that talks about their three pillars and what it is to be on on the right path for their school. So we wanted to highlight those, and I think.
Jenny, what I wanted to mention about this too was
Yeah.
with our staggered start this year, it gave the teachers extra time in smaller groups to really hit home these concepts with their students. And so, again, that staggered start will continue each year. And I think the high school's even interested in potentially taking part in a staggered start next year as well, to have smaller groups of students to really get them loaded for the school year. All right. We also have some additional relationship building supports in the building, and one of them is the reset rooms. And reset rooms are, small intervention spaces that help our students de-escalate, gives them a chance to problem solve with an adult who is trained in this reset room, gives them a chance to refocus so that they can then learn about what their appropriate behaviors and responses should be, and it allows them to get back into the classroom, avoids them from being outside, losing instructional time. And so our reset aids have been, I think, a great asset. I think I know our teachers would really advocate that we keep our reset rooms and our reset aids. They've done a great job of doing that. It's an opportunity for reteaching, small dosing of certain skills that maybe students don't have. And again, it's just an opportunity to support students, keep them in school, and then get them back in the classroom as soon as they're able to. Restorative practices is another thing. I want to mention that, most importantly, that restorative practices does not mean, Jenny mentioned this earlier, that there is no discipline. There are natural consequences for students' behavior choices. And so it's really important that we understand that. But along with those natural consequences for them, students, they have to be restored into the community. So we do a lot of community building. One of the things that, just below that, you can see the morning class meetings. They're trying to build a sense of community within each of their classrooms. And so when you break that community, you need to restore it. And so we teach these young people how to restore that and to get back into the community. And so we believe that that's very important. But again, there are natural consequences, and discipline does happen. And then some of the other things that we do mindful music, and each of the elementary schools picks a time of the day that works best for them to do that. It's a great program. We've been doing that for 3 or 4 years, if not longer at this point. Again, I mentioned the morning class meetings and buddy benches. So buddy benches in some of our elementary schools, there's a bench in the hallway. If you see a buddy on the bench, you're going to strike up a conversation with them. Just be a friend. Maybe ask them if they want to play, if that's appropriate at that time to go out to recess, et cetera. But it's just another area that we can work with our students to build relationships, learn how to socialize. And actually, today, I have voluntary staff meetings with our each of our buildings, and this morning, one of the conversations that I had is with some of our young people in kindergarten, first grade, is a real struggle with socialization. And so, this purposeful play that, we presented to the board last year as a pilot, and all of our kindergarten teachers are using this year, has been very impactful in helping our students learn how to play together, learning how to socialize, learning how to problem solve. So it's been pretty effective. Jenny.
Sure. So when we know better, we do better, of course, so we continue to grow. So professional development for staff is certainly built in. So all staff receive mandatory training, annual training. We spend a good portion at our Milford University, I think that's up there, with new staff. And that's not just brand new staff, but that's new staff that come to Milford because PBIS looks different in all districts. So really getting to know our systems. We partner primarily with State Support Team 13, which is through ODE and through Hamilton County ESC. So they run about quarterly opportunities, and they have them tiered. So we are pretty much through tier 1. We can always grow, but we're still developing tier 2, and then there's even a tier 3 level. So we take, typically those PBIS committees will go with their building administrator and their half-day training, sometimes full-day trainings up there. So we continue to do that. And then our tier 1 and tier 2, which I kind of just spoke to, really hone in on the specific things that we can add at those levels. So just wanted to let you know that this was a full commitment that we've made as a district. So just as we, work to improve curriculum, we also work to improve the supports that we have for this.
So just as Jenny said that we've made a commitment to it, we're award-winning schools.
Yes, so this is probably the best slide of the night. So Milford has award-winning schools, so this just recently came out. And if you look here, we have 2 schools who have reached the gold level, McCormick Elementary and Meadowview, and Meadowview is a repeat winner. Silver is Charles L. Seipelt, or Seipelt, Mulberry Elementary, Pattison, and then bronze is Boydie Smith, Milford Junior High School and Milford Preschool. And I do want to note here too, so knowing that Meadowview has been gold for 2 years, it kind of also goes back to just Kelly's work that she had done in that building. So she sort of came to this position having had some experience. So what we have decided starting last year was that every school has to at least submit for application. So we have all of our schools that were winners this year or awarded at some stage, minus the high school, and they are super close. We're actually getting feedback on why we thought that they would probably be bronze, but they're not. And then the Milford Academy is also participating, so they're really kind of launching for the first time, so they will be applying for next year. But these just came out. We are excited that these schools and their teams will be recognized in January, so they do a nice job of an award ceremony through the state, through ODE, and typically, I can't remember this year, I think, I know Kelly is presenting, and sometimes they'll take a school and have them highlight. But this is, as I said, required, and so there's a tiered fidelity inventory called the TFI, and that TFI is actually what is done. It's a walkthrough tool, and we have both internal and external people that are doing that, and they're walking through and hitting those points to see, and that is essentially how your score is determined to come up where you fit into one of those categories. So it's a lot of communication with students, asking them their expectations, and then again, it's those levels, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and and really just the complexity and the depth that schools are offering. So we are excited about that, and I think that ends our PBIS piece. So I'll take questions at the end or now about PBS, or if you want to finish.
Let's finish, and then we'll take
Okay,
questions at the end.
sure.
All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about bullying, and this is a matrix that our principals use, assistant principals use on what is bullying and what qualifies something as bullying. Is it a conflict? Is someone just being rude? Are they mean? Or is it bullying? And this presentation, by the way, will be available online when we're finished. So there's a lot to read here. I don't want to gloss over it, but it gives us an understanding of what exactly is bullying. So we'll come back to that if we need to. There is some national data on bullying, and at stopbullying.gov is where we got this data. And what is interesting to me is that 20% of our students in 7th through 12th grades, 12 to 18 years old, are experiencing bullying nationwide. And those students are reporting that 15% of them is that it's online. And for me, what is most concerning is that we have a lot of things that are happening that happen online, or I would say through social media apps, whether it's, why am I drawing a blank? Thank you, Snapchat. All I could think of is it was a yellow app. It's a yellow app.
Yellow ghost.
There's not very many yellow apps out there. Anyway, and so it's happening online, and it's very troubling. And so What I wanted to bring to our attention this evening is that we do have a Stay Safe Speak Up hotline. You can see it at the top. It's located on our website. At the high school, it is scrolling on the monitors and TVs throughout the building, and also at the junior high. And at the junior high, they are given explicit instruction and training on how to use the Stay Safe Speak Up app. The other things and other tools besides the Stay Safe Speak Up, and I'll get to some of the data from the 22-23 school year, is that we do have Gaggle. And Gaggle has there's been 102 reports in the 22-23 school year, and 14 of them were deemed critical enough and that required some immediate reaction or action from our admin teams. The Stay Safe Speak Up hotline can be anonymous. The interesting thing about that too is that that is self-reporting. So someone has reported that, whether it's the victim, a parent, another student, et cetera. But in the 22-23 school year, we only have 3 reports on the Stay Safe Speak Up hotline. And then throughout the 22-23 school year, there were only 9 cases that were deemed or had the definition of bullying for us. And 9 is too many. That 1 is too many. So, you know, it is our goal to make sure that we are educating our students on the fact that they can report this and they can report it anonymously. It is very important that they know that. As I mentioned, the code, the M, for students when they get online if they need to. And for me, one thing that is, actually, I'm going to move on to the next slide because I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm getting ahead of myself down towards the bottom is that the cyber education and expectations for students and parents, we're going to have a Milford Schools 101 in December, and we are inviting, I didn't write it down, Stephen Smith is his name, and so we're going to invite Stephen Smith to come speak to the community with us. In the evening, he'll also be speaking with 2 sessions with the junior high school as well. So we're going to try to confirm those dates. awiredfamily.org. I just remembered it. awiredfamily.org. And we've had Stephen in the district in the past. I think as soon as 2021, I believe he was at the junior high as well. And so we'll do that. Some of the other things, you know, again, parent education about our PBIS is, I think, really important, about the expectations that we have, behavior expectations that we have for students. And then we're going to build in opportunities to discuss our PBIS efforts as we transition kids from 6th to 7th grade and from 8th to 9th grade. I mentioned the Milford Schools 101 in December. And then, most importantly, what our students and our parents really need to make sure they understand the digital footprint that they are making when they send something, whether it's a text, a direct message, something through an app. It doesn't go away. People take screenshots. I know Snapchat can go away, but we have screenshots. And I just think it's really important for our young people to understand the digital footprint that they are creating. And I think what, you know, Dr. Arnold is here in the audience. I think what he would tell us is that a lot of things happen outside the school day. It is on their phones, social media, et cetera, and then it comes into the building. And then once it becomes a disruption to the curricular process, then that's when we get involved. And lastly, we do have school resource officers. So they are a resource to our parents. If this is something that happens that is outside of the school day or even inside the school day, we do lean on our SROs. Certainly grateful for the opportunity to work with Miami Township Police Department and our partners at Milford Police as well. And with that, what questions have we generated?
No surprise. I've got some. Couple comments. First, tell Kelly, good job, good work. Hopefully she's proud of your fill-in.
Yeah. She may even be watching. I think she's
Yeah,
hopefully
so,
getting that.
my first question is, how long have we implemented PBIS?
So I was just looking, so looking here, we started to have to report on the report card. It goes back, they were looking for implementation beginning in 2019 and 2020. That was for the school report card. And then I would think going back, we probably had started because Mulberry I think was one of the first to kind of take the lead. So probably a couple years, maybe before then. So for sure, the last 5, 6 years, where we really did something systematically.
So we probably have some data on those outcomes of either reduced complaints or
Yes.
reduced, some way that we're measuring this and
Yes,
the
there-
effectiveness, yeah?
Yes, if you'll go back to my goals, and I reported that into you, the PBIS by quarter, and that data was collected by Kelly, and it will break it down into like where, is it happening in the classroom, is it happening in the hallways, et cetera, and then
Yep.
you'll see whether it may be an increase or a decrease. And I think Jenny mentioned that it's different for each school, so that, whatever, a high school, like they're seeing increased incidents of something in this area, then they'll focus their efforts on that. And so, again, each building has their own data.
So I think ultimately you hope that in year 5 we're better than year 1 on an aggregate.
Yeah.
So would you
Yes.
say that we're better this year than we were 5 years ago in this
Yes.
topic?
Yes.
Awesome. That means it's working better than it used to, yeah?
Certainly, and I think we can also now find things that are, like, we have targeted modeling that we're doing, and so, and like I said, sometimes when we see a spike, or if a school sees a spike in those committees, that, hallway behavior's out of control or recess, they convene sometimes as a grade level, and then, I mean, I've seen them in the halls, and they have them all out there, and they really just go through those expectations again, or they might model, so it's really become more targeted. And as we said, it's much different in the high school and the junior high, but each building has its own needs, but we're really using that targeted behavior and, or that data to really target expectations that we need to hone in on.
I thought it was interesting that there was 3 core tenets of behaviors: respect, being respectful, responsible, and resilient. I'd love to know, what's an example of respectful behavior from our students?
So do I have any brave students out here that would want to share an example?
Yeah, let's get those, look at them, they're creeping
Come
down in their
on.
chairs.
All right, I'll give you an extra hour on your National Honor Society if you want to, no. No, would you be willing to share something that would be considered respectful?
I said just like listening to your teachers, like following directions.
That's, thanks for your courage. That's fantastic.
Thank you.
I think what you'll also see is in some of our elementary buildings, not so much maybe the high school, but in some of the elementary buildings, it'll say, like right outside the restroom, what does it mean to be respectful, responsible? And there'll be examples of this is what you do as you go in. You go in quietly, you wash your hands, you come out. And so there'll be lists inside of each of those buildings too.
I was in a room the other day and we were going through, so they do a lot of these reminders and examples in the morning meetings. So I think I was in a first grade class and the teacher said, I'll take 3 people to share how they're going to be respectful today. And one was that they would keep their hands to themselves so that the walls that Mr. Corbett cleans would not get dirty. So they're certainly making those connections to that, so.
Great.
I think one other thing to mention, and I'm speaking for Dr. Arnold as a former high school principal. We did PBIS, it was 10 plus years ago, and I thought to myself, like we're in high school, why are we doing this? And the realization came to me is that we cannot make assumptions that they're being taught how to be respectful, responsible at home, and that some of our students are not, and I think that's the reality. And I think that's some of the characters that we're trying to build for our students.
And these students eventually become adults.
They do.
And Ty, you don't know, I would love to know what the first group, so are you junior high students? And have you had it your entire elementary career? Okay, so we're going back, I'm trying to think going back to that. So that's probably 8 years that we're going back. So, and so of course, and preschool probably started after that, but if you are in kindergarten, you are going to have been able to experience this through your whole high school career, so. or your whole school
I'm
committee?
just thankful we're leaning into this as a district, because you hear an underbelly of bullying in our district, in different conversations. We've heard several people speak to this board over the past couple years, and I just really appreciate the efforts, and we can't pull our foot off the gas with this. We actually have to go as hard as we can to address this. And I have to believe there's more bullying that's going on that's being reported. When I look at the national data, that just tells us that there's probably an opportunity for us to help people feel more comfortable, and the kids and parents feel more comfortable when reporting. Because when I see 3 or 9 and the national data says 20, I'm like, there's probably an opportunity there, yeah?
Yes, and I think that the whole purpose for us, other than the obvious that it's this month, is to recognize it, is to re-educate, to talk to folks. We did talk to board member Mason. We asked her to come in, and she spoke with our team about some things, and it's a re-education. You're absolutely right. There is more. There is more going on. There's more going on that our kids don't tell us about because it's on their phones. And some of them just don't tell us. And so we're asking them to tell us. Again, we've got the anonymous tip line. You don't have to give your name. We need to know.
And this is certainly just a small snapshot of really what goes on in the buildings every day, but at least make some connections for us, so.
I just had 2 comments.
Mhm.
I'm very impressed with our PBIS program, and I have been since I've had kids like in preschool. But just to talk about one of the things that I think is really good about how they teach PBIS to the kids is that it's not like you're sitting here and learning how to be good. From the very beginning, they do it in such an engaging way. I know that at SciPelt, they made a video, the teachers got together and made a video showing what is bad behavior in the hallway, and they were like pushing each other down the stairs and everything, and then they were like, what is good behavior in the hallway? And of course the kids thought it was hilarious, but it's also a way to really ingrain those practices into their head in a way that's fun, in a way to make sure that they really are thinking about these things and that it's an important part of their day. And then another thing that you talked about is the awards that we got from for our PBIS. And I was on the PBIS parent committee, I think last year, for my son's elementary school. And I just want to say that process to get that PBIS award is a very lengthy process. There are so many things that you have to check off and show excellence on. It's not just something that they hand out. It's very, very impressive that we've gotten these awards. That tiered fidelity inventory, they're very serious about it. And not every school just gets this award. So it's very impressive that our schools are getting these awards.
Thanks.
I just want to say a couple things on bullying. I agree with Jerry that I feel that there's got to be more than 9 cases in the community. And I think if we look on social media, just in our little Milford, that tells us a lot. One, there's a lot of people that make random comments about bullying in the schools that may or may not be officially counted in the 9. And so I think making the kids more aware and comfortable of coming forward, but also the parents. Any of us that are parents have kids at home that are talking. I know I've shared with John, like, you overhear things in your house. I've reported one that I've heard, and other parents, if you hear something, speak up on behalf of whatever child that is. I also think the parent education piece that you did with PBIS is also really good to do and extend to bullying. I think if we just look at, again, on social media, how some adults in the community behave bullying, it's no wonder that that's trickling down to the kids, and, you know, more education to all levels is always good.
Yeah, I agree with you. It has to be more, right?
Yeah.
There has to be more, where there's 10, 15% for sure. And we need people to speak up so that we can address it. And again, we talked about an instance, we got it taken care of. Dr. Arnold had that taken care of within the half an hour of our conversation.
Right, and there's got to be
those are-
other parents that hear things
Yes.
in your house, in your kitchen, in
Yeah.
your car. You're hearing things. Report
Yep.
it.
Yeah, if you hear something, you have to say something, very important. And I just, again, I want to go back to making sure that everybody will, read through these items. Again, we'll post this on our website, and just make sure that you understand the difference. Not everything is bullying, but even if it's someone being rude or mean, we still need to know about it. We can still help fix it. We can still restore those relationships inside the building, and I know that our principals are willing to do that. No other questions? Jenny, you can stay there.
Perfect.
We're gonna do our hometown hero, and I think we've got a special guest here, a couple special guests that can talk about our hometown heroes. Actually, we have some heroes here, and I'm gonna turn it over to Jenny, and then I also have something to read from the parent.
Yeah, so tonight we are here. This is hopefully going to be a tradition, not necessarily the situation, but to be able to honor some hometown heroes. So first is Patty Price. So Patty Price is our district nurse. I know she's been here a couple other times for being recognized for her hard work that she does and her leadership in the district. And then Lois Levins, who's our aquatics coordinator, who oversees the pool for the most part, is unable to be here, but she has a little fan club that has come. So they want to make sure that Lois gets her award. So we may ask Lois to come back. She's out of town, so she wouldn't be here tonight. But we had a pretty horrific event happen to one of our students with special needs at the pool, and we had Patty and Lois who did some really, truly life-saving really a life-saving event that saved a little guy. So John is going to read a very passionate message from the parent of the young man, and it really captures the story well.
I'll do my best. I would like to express my profound gratitude and appreciation to you, the dedicated staff, and the entire Milford Schools community for the exceptional care and critical life-saving efforts provided to my son during the recent traumatic incident at the school. The incident was a terrifying experience for all of us, and I cannot find adequate words to convey my gratitude for the swift and professional response of your staff. Their quick thinking and immediate actions undoubtedly made a significant difference in my son's life. I'm overwhelmed with relief knowing that he is safe and on the path to recovery thanks to the skill and compassion of your team. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to both lifeguards, teacher, nurse, and any other staff or students who play pivotal roles in ensuring my son's safety and well-being during this harrowing incident. Their actions reflect the high standards of care and professionalism that define Milford Schools, and I am immensely grateful for their dedication to the well-being of the students as my son continues his recovery. I look forward to working closely with the school to ensure a smooth transition back into the routine. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to support the process or contribute to the well-being of the school community. I don't know if I'm supposed to read his name or not,
No,
but I'm not going
it's
to.
not just the case. But so on behalf of Patty and Lois, or on behalf of all of us, we would just like to say thank you again. We're going to give you a Milford pin as a reminder of your hard work and a certificate of gratitude. So, okay. And then on behalf of Lois, she has her little group here who have actually written something that also goes along and supports her work. So turn it over to you, Kathy.
I'm Kathy Barney, a longtime resident and taxpayer, and I have some other of the Lois's swim community. I have a letter I'd like to read. Dear Milford Board of Education, we understand that Lois Levins, aquatics coordinator, recently rescued a student having a seizure during a swim class. This is no surprise. Lois is a lifesaver to many of us who swim laps during community swim and take aquatic fitness through Miami Township at the high school pool. Lois is our superhero, which she demonstrated again by saving the student. The pool under Lois's supervision is our only lifeline to the school except at tax time. Most of our children attended Milford and we have been longtime taxpayers. Now we swim for exercise and health to combat chronic pain and other conditions and thrive under Lois's care and instruction. She pushes us to better health and stamina, encourages us when we tire or are ready to give up. creates a vibrant, welcoming community, and is the district's best liaison to those of us no longer connected by children. We've been asked to open our wallets with little in return beyond the satisfaction of educating the next generation. Lois and her aquatic programs are a vital connection and perhaps the single benefit some district taxpayers now realize. Many of us have been with her for years. We hope you not only recognize her for heroic efforts to reach the student, perform CPR, and get them safely from the pool, but as the community asset she is, running an efficient program of goodwill and income that ripples well beyond the pool and the high school. Her priorities are safety and well-being. We have observed her working with special needs students in the water as they light up, freed from bodies and brains, much like the rest of us adult students, when they learn to blow bubbles, float, or swim a lap. We see her joy. We notice how stretched she is, though she quietly works to make up the difference, running a quality program with shrinking help. We wonder how long her one-woman show will last and fear the program will leave if and when she ever does without more support. This would be a devastating loss. Lois brings a tremendous amount of experience, professionalism, dedication, passion, education, and training that she shares so generously. Mostly, we want to share how much we value Lois and the aquatic program at Milford High School. Thank you for providing this tremendous community benefit. Lois Levens is a lifesaver on so many levels, and 23 of us have signed this.
Awesome.
Thank you. And how about we get a picture of you guys with Lois's award and we can give this to her. Save her family. She'll be nagging on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny.
If I can get rid of this coughing spell.
All right, before we go on to the next presentation, unless there are comments about our hometown hero.
Just, Ms. Price, I hope you feel appreciated. And we just said, Ms. Price, I hope you feel appreciated. I know one family feels that way. And Lois Levens lives in my neighborhood, and she's rock solid as it gets. She's all business with a big smile and a heart. I've known her for a long, long time, and this doesn't surprise me even a little bit. So if you're watching, Lois, thank you.
And Patty, I have a little bit of a memory of you managing all the COVID back in the day. And I know what an amazing job you did and how difficult that was to keep everybody safe. And these are just other examples of what we do and how we do things here. So congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Patty. Before we move on to the next presentation, I did fail to mention that Misty Getz, our principal at the junior high, did reach out to the Milford Schools Foundation, and they're going to make a generous donation. We'll have more information on that probably next month when it's finalized. It is a middle school orientation transition program that allows and promotes all students belonging, and just kind of promotes more of our community in PBIS. So I wanted to mention that before we move on. Our next presentation is from the CAC, our Citizens Advisory Commission. Last year we had a couple report outs, and this year we made a commitment that there would be a report out every month of what is happening at the CAC and with the group. And so I'd like to introduce Patrick Szymanski, board member, or not board member, but part of our executive committee. Thank you, Mr. Daniels. I'm not sure what you have, Mr. Szymanski, to share with them, but I do have a few things to share when you're finished about some of the things that we did do last year that I did share. I'd like to share, sorry.
I'd like to begin by saying thank you, Superintendent Spicer, for the opportunity to update the board on the activities of the Community Action Committee. My name is Patrick Szymanski, and I am Vice Chair of the CAC. This is my second year participating in the CAC, and per the rules, it will be my last year. Personally, I hope that I will have the opportunity to reapply in a few more years. Last year, was more about organizing, and for some parents, learning it's possible to talk to school administrators and teachers. This learning did interfere with our ability to stay on track. But as a former school board member from Elida Local Schools, I appreciated the way the various school administrators responded to questions and concerns. I found the administrators very professional and responsive to questions that should have gone to teachers, building administrators, or department heads. As a committee, we did learn from this, and this year we're taking steps to ensure we stay on track. But I did want to comment to you because I feel it's important for you to know how the administrators acted and how well they represented the district. This year, we had an organizational meeting for new members to help them learn about school operations before we started our meetings. This allowed them to get orientated to how schools function and especially how school finances are structured. We've had 2 regular meetings, and our 3rd meeting is next Wednesday. Aside from organizing our leadership, we have developed a shopping list of ideas to explore. On Wednesday, we will fit these ideas into 4 buckets. From last year, there are 3: student programs, staff retention, technology and facilities, and we added a 4th, communications. We will also finalize group assignments and determine which of the 4 major categories each group will address. This year, we plan to have defined timelines to work to, and we hope to keep each group on task. Our goal is to develop ideas for improving Milford schools and to present these thoughts first to the entire CAC. If the CAC accepts the thoughts and recommendations, then the idea is presented to the superintendent. If he approves, the superintendent will bring our thoughts and recommendations to you as a board for review. Mr. Spicer has been very clear to our group that this part of the process, his approval is necessary for any idea to go to the board and for a presentation to the board. Please note, this does not mean that you have to approve CAC submissions, only that we have a chance to present our thoughts and recommendations. Again, first to him for his approval, and then if he believes our ideas are possible, then to you as a board for you to weigh in. Thank you for listening. Unless you have questions, I would like to thank the superintendent for the opportunity to address this board.
Well, thanks, Patrick. Some of the things that we didn't necessarily bring to the board last year, but were items of discussion, where we had a discussion about school resource officers in all of our buildings. We had a member do some research, interview our police chiefs, and it just kind of coincided with that opportunity for us to get the potential to have that. And so both of our police departments, Milford and Miami Township, were applying for a grant to get the SROs for the remaining schools. We also did talk about ways to retain staff. There was a conversation about the board committees and what they do, what their function is. There was a lot of education. I think you mentioned that early on, a lot of education. We did some finance education, and we had 3 different treasurers come in and speak to them. Certainly, Mr. Espy came in with, I think, a couple forecasts. So there was some great education there. We had Dr. Arnold come in, speak to the group about cell phone policies. We had some cell phone stuff that happened there. We did take a visit to Mulberry Elementary to look at the flexible furniture and what that could mean for our students in the future. And then finally, Mr. Daniels has worked with one of the members with senior services and community service, and setting up community service for our students. So there's just some of the things that we did last year. Again, I think most of it was education, as Patrick Szymanski kind of talked about. And we'll work in the future to do some more great things like this, and some more actionable things, hopefully. Anything else?
I was going to comment really quickly. One of the things, the intentions that I hope to see from the CAC, which I think we're bubbling out now, is just how to engage the community more. Because there are what's that?
I couldn't
No,
understand.
so one of the things that I was looking for from the community, from the CAC, was just engaging more community. There's only 5 seats up here, and there are 33,000 people in the community that, so Milford really supports all of those. And so I think, although we haven't necessarily seen a lot of that work, I know it has been happening. You've been meeting and learning and growing your groups and sharing that knowledge with people beyond the committees too. So I really appreciate everybody who's put in time to the CAC for that
If I
learning.
could, from my board perspective, I was impressed with the CAC because when I was a board member, I was a consummate learner. So I'm trying to learn what made a good board member, what made a good school board, and what made a good thing, what made a good district. And one of the things I found, especially in the districts, was the better districts engage the community. And that's what I saw. So even though I would consider what we did from a results point of view a failure, from the superintendent perspective, we engaged a lot of community members, and like I said, a lot of community members learned to ask questions, and they learned people were approachable, which is the first step towards establishing a great school district.
Patrick, thank you for that comment. What were some of the examples of how you saw engagement in the community that were positive, especially with, you know, the divisiveness that exists today in our community? What were some of the positive things when people don't necessarily think alike?
Well, first of all, I didn't see any decisiveness in the community. What I saw was, as we were trying to get organized and do things, people were bringing questions. Mr. Daniels responded to several different things. In fact, one time he gave me a packet of information to share with the committee because he'd be gone over questions that got asked. Everything from trying to coordinate with your vocational thing, and people wanting to get in or drop out and trying to understand those rules, the questions about the program he established with senior citizens and students working together. So there was a lot of like little things that prevented me from keeping our group on task. But it was a chance for people to learn to ask questions about whatever the issue was of that day to them. And there were too many for me to say remember, but it was all stuff that personally could have been handled by a teacher or a call, but they didn't know. And so hopefully from this, they've learned that things are approachable and that they can call, they can talk to teachers. That Mr. Daniels made a great point about you can call these people. They will get back to you.
Thank you.
I do know it's frustrating sometimes to not be on task and not achieve what you want to, but I do appreciate you saying how important that is. I have learned as a board member that I should always be asking questions, and I have also learned, as you have in your group, that everybody is very approachable and you should be asking questions. So I think that's a great takeaway for the community, that everybody is very responsive in this district. I don't think that's true in every district. And I just wanted to say too, I appreciate all of the time that the CAC members put into being in the CAC and being involved in our community. I know it takes a lot of time, and I really look forward to hearing more often. I know that you said you had a goal of presenting every month. I would definitely like to hear what's going on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, some good presentations. We're going to move on into Board of Education business. The first item is a discussion of board council. And before I open the floor, I just kind of wanted to make a statement of what our process for choosing counsel looks like. As we continue the discussions to evaluate the legal counsel, we're planning the following process that I'm going to outline for you. 2 board members, Emily Mason and Melissa Nolan, here to my left, are going to serve as our point contacts to identify the firms that will be interviewed at a date that will likely be in December of this year. The interview process will occur in an open board session, so the public is welcome to come and listen. The board will also take into consideration the superintendent, Mr. Spicer, and Mr. Espy, our treasurer's feedback on what their roles look for and depend on when engaging legal counsel. They have many more contacts with our legal counsels than we do. The board will take action in January at the organizational meeting, as we do every year, to approve new law firms authorized to provide legal services to the school district. and I will open the floor for discussion.
Well, I will start. Since this entire council process is open, and as Dave just mentioned, the two Johns are more involved day to day. I had sent you guys both questions, which we'll just discuss openly here. So I don't know if one of you wants to go first, if you want me to read the questions, if you want to just.
No, absolutely. I think you had asked, what are the, like, the three, well, some of the top three things
Yeah,
that.
what are the top 3 uses
Yeah.
for council?
You know, for us, I think that what we're looking for is someone that is in the trenches with us, that is very responsive when we reach out to them. And I think responsive is, you know, for us, when we reach out to them, it feels imperative. It feels like an emergency, even though it's not. But we need someone that can be responsive to us, most importantly. But for me, I think that, you know, the top 3 would be employee conduct or types of leave. Special education, 504s ranks at the top, probably. Very important. And then the collective bargaining and negotiation and the interpretation of such collective bargaining and negotiations are probably the top 3 things that we contact the attorneys for from my perspective.
I think the top 3 things that I look for are response time, being very clear and decisive, and also knowledge of all aspects of running a school district. When I look at you know, the items that I specifically engage counsel for, it's financial matters where law and Ohio Revised Code is applicable, general matters regarding the collective bargaining and contract language and the interpretation. I will say it's there have been times when I've had to engage counsel about an interpretation, and the counsel has been the one that's actually written the language. And I think that that's important. And then also drafting resolutions that may be tied to MOUs, contracts, and levy and bond matters.
I have a question just really quick about like preference of working with council. Do you prefer to work with somebody very intimately who then can direct you to other council members if need be, or do you like to work with an entire team of people?
I think for me it would be there's a team, because I don't believe that there is any one council out there that is well-versed in special ed, well-versed in all of those aspects. So I think that it would have to be, for me, there's a team. And you know, currently there's a team. So you know, my team knows that if we have a special ed concern, we know exactly who to call. And it's typically one person. There might be a second, but it's definitely one person. And he certainly has vast knowledge of the pre-K through 12 continuum of students because he's been with the district for so long. So he knows the students, he knows the families, et cetera. So to me, that is important, and I think Jenny Berkeley, wherever she is out there in the audience, would agree that as far as special education goes, that piece is really important. But certainly a team is great, but certainly one contact that we could go to you know, for the other things. And I didn't mean to monopolize, sorry.
Yeah, and I'll say the same thing, a team, because there are certain, you know, certain attorneys that deal with specific items as they're related to the district. So if it's a workers' comp related item, I know who to call. If it's a classified bargaining question, I know who to call. If it's a certified bargaining question, I know who to call. And so, and obviously, although I don't have direct consistent contact with counsel regarding special ed, I do get pulled into conversations that are related to that council and providing, you know, my piece of the puzzle when it comes to that. So I definitely think a team.
Okay, this is, I guess, sort of the same question as the top uses, but what would you say is the most common type of issue you contact council for?
I think it would be the top three things. I mean, it's all of them. I mean, you know, if you're in student services, you're contacting that person for the special ed needs, potentially, you know, it could be, yeah. So I would say that for them for sure, and then it's typically, you know, one of the other two, whether it's, you know, something to do with the collective bargaining or some sort of conduct or interpretation. I think over the last couple years, some interpretation of the different bills that are passed that come our way as it relates to just how we operate. I think that if there's a I don't recall the House bill number, but if there's a House bill that's currently out there that's passed and it's related to bathrooms, we need an interpretation. And I mean, you know, we've not had any of those issues at this point, but so I think it comes back to some of the different laws that are passed or House bills, and you know, we need interpretation of that to help us guide our day-to-day.
I would also say the nuanced interpretation. You know, the laws are made at the state level, but the communities select board members to represent the community, and each community is different in the interpretation and how they accept policies and approve them, while also following Ohio Revised Code. So that's definitely the one of the things. I would also say that being in the operations of a school district, there are many different types of reasons that we reach out, and it's really hard to boil it down to three. I do think it's the interpretation of Ohio Revised Code, interpretation of the contracts, and also for drafting resolutions.
Okay. What issues are the most pertinent due to pending litigation?
We don't have any pending litigation right now.
Okay.
So.
I think she meant pending legislation.
Oh, well, I wrote litigation, but maybe that's what legislation
I
like
like your
that.
answer.
Yeah,
About no litigation.
Yeah.
That's good too.
Yeah, there's no. You like the answer? There's no pending litigation. I think that you know,
Sorry,
when I was at the Claremont County Superintendent's meeting today, and there was an attorney from the firm that we use who was there, and they come to these monthly meetings, different ones, and they just kind of report out about some of the pending legislation. I mentioned one about bathrooms. So it would be biological, gender-specific bathroom use, et cetera. But there's a caveat that's written in there that says that if there's an accommodation, then it's okay. So what does that really mean? Does that mean that? And so so I think there's pending litigation like that we need an interpretation, because what happens, I think we all know this, we have legislators that are legislating and they don't know anything about schools or how to run schools or what it's like to be inside a school. Or another example would be a judge who gives a restraining order, and then Tyler's got to try to figure out how to keep kids 50 feet apart. It's really difficult when you're not living it. And so I think that's the in the trenches piece that we're looking for, is someone that's been there and kind of understands and can help us interpret some of those, some of the the pending legislation out there. That would just be one example that came to me that was just mentioned today.
And I will say similar thing, like I'm on the legislative committee for my professional organization, so we meet every month and we talk in depth about specific House bills or, you know, potential laws or laws that have, you know, just been enacted in terms of how we're going to tackle them as our districts, but that's a very aerial view, and it's a very cookie cutter view when we're talking in a group of 40 people. We have to be able to bring that back and ask our council how it specifically applies to us here in Milford.
Any other questions or comments?
I do. Just to make it really clear, the board is solely responsible for hiring general counsel for the district. So this board is taking it very seriously about a possible, I mean, we're looking at new counsel. That doesn't mean we're going to replace our existing counsel. It just means for the first time in over 20 years, we're literally going to interview others and see if there's a better fit for our district. We may not discover that. But again, to be really clear, this attorney and this firm represents the board, not the administration. We are very interested in the administration's input. That's why we're involving them. And thank you, Ms. Mason, for really making sure that we don't lose touch. I have to give you all of that credit too. We don't lose touch with our administration, because if you think about what we're really doing, the council works with these two and the administration far more than they do us. In fact, we hope we never talk to them. But occasionally we have to. So we need to make sure that they're involved and it's collaborative. So when you see these questions and answers, it's our job to hire and source counsel, but it's really important to us to hear what you guys have to say. And I just want to make that super clear to the public that this decision resides with the 5 of us here, but we need your input. So your candor, all of the issues that you're dealing with, we have to take that into consideration. So thank you for it.
I've got one more question for both of you. What would be something our current council could do better?
You have to answer.
Not charge us as much. It's by the minute. You get 11 minutes.
Have an office in the board office.
Yeah. You know, I think, I know that's hard. You put us kind of on the spot. They're very responsive, all of them. You can call them at any time and get someone. If you know, we currently have one attorney that we speak to mostly about stuff, but if he's on vacation, then you can call anyone in that office. If you can't get someone, then you can call the office. I don't.
Outside of rates, Mr. Espy?
I mean, outside of rates, I don't.
Outside of rates, I mean, they're really responsive. I'd say that, you know, any response time could get better, but, you know, they are really responsive. You know, I don't typically go longer than 30 minutes.
Yeah, the only time that it would go longer than that is if they're actually in negotiations with another school. And so they're in there all day, and then you'll get a call back at lunchtime or at the end of the day when they're driving home.
But I think that also plays to, we know we have other resources, so
Yeah.
even though we might have one that specializes in one thing, typically we can call that, you know, a different attorney to get an answer.
Yeah, having worked in another district, and I know Mr. Daniels as well, that, you know, when you have counsel in your office, I mean, that's really nice, but that's not realistic.
I wanted to build on what Mr. Combs was saying, that I think part of being a responsible board too, we 5 are fairly new to the board. We have no history of why we've had them for a long time, so I think that's one of the questions that I heard you asking early on is like, why them? And I think that will help us answer, and we can be a good stewards for future boards by recording that, so we know these is the questions we asked, this is a process we used, we did it now, and maybe we do it every 4 years. I don't know what the future will look like there, but like, we are working on a blank slate, and so it's sort of like, while there are no glaring things right now that, you know, have made us say we have to get a new council, there is the big hole of like, why are they our council that
Yeah,
hopefully we can leave for
I mean,
future.
I've made it very clear multiple times in the past 21 months that, the quest for, you know, interviewing new council is not because our current council is so bad. I think it's good hygiene to see if there's anything else out there, and we may very well discover that the history has to have a certain weight in the conversation, and the representation by the firm. We may land at a spot to where we retain current, but, you know, shame on us if we don't go down this path to find out if we really have what we appears to be, we have really good counsel. Let's find that out. So.
Anyone else? Okay, let's move on to the next Board of Education business item. Second item that we have tonight is a code of conduct for any and all district-related or affiliated groups. And I'm going to open the floor for discussion.
Well, I asked to put this on the agenda just because we had talked about this in committees last week. As I look through our policies, there are different committees and groups that can be put together. The board can put together committees on a variety of specific topics. You can have a business advisory committee. Dave said you used to be on that years ago. There's a distinct policy for that. We have John's CAC, which is a superintendent committee. And as I look through the policies, there is no code of conduct for any of those different groups currently in place. We talked in committee last week. There's code of conduct for students, for board members, for staff. Most companies have it, so it just seems like that we as a board might want to consider putting something in place. We can't for the superintendent committee, but we could for the other things that fall within the purview of our policies as something to consider. So that's my comment.
Yep. I agree. It looks like there's an opportunity here for the board-specific appointed and built committees to extend something similar in code of conduct. Why do we have code of conduct? Because we simply, as organizations, would like to be legitimate. We'd like our members to be professional, respectful, responsible, all the things that we teach our children in school with the PBIS. We think it should extend to adults as well. So to do our part in those committees that we're responsible for, I think it's good hygiene again, and we'll have to power down through that.
I do have a question. You say all district-related affiliated groups. Can you give me some examples of that? I know you said the CAC and there was another one.
So I was looking through our policies. So there are well, that's administration. There are, hold on. Advisory committees to the board, which we could put together, and those are very specific as far as having an exact assignment and timeline for a particular project. So we don't currently.
Do we have one of those now?
We do not have
Okay,
it. We do not have anything. We don't have a business advisory committee. We don't have any of these committees. All we have right now is a superintendent committee. So I'm just saying that we just did this big policy review. We just did a big thing on PBIS. I just think as a board, we should look into adding into policy a standard conduct rule into the things that the board has purview over, just for future going forward, so it's all in place if and when we ever have a committee.
So an advisory committee would have been like the CAT team that several of us have served on. I mean,
Yeah, if
That
it's-
might have been,
I'm not sure if that was board appointed, though. If it is board appointed, I think the point is, let's lay some groundwork for board appointed committees that fall into current
I
policy
think that
and
one
make
was
sure they.
superintendent.
And I wasn't sure, that's why I
Yeah.
said, I'm not sure if it was. or
I'm
not.
pretty
I know-
sure it was.
I remember it.
Yes, yes, so do I.
So that's just that we should, before we're in the middle of one, just set some ground rules that we have for every other section in the district.
Yep.
So, I don't know if we will talk to council on
I also
what
think
we
it
want to
could be
implement.
part of, and now I don't know how they all come together, but I do know that when John put his committee together, they came up, he had some ground rule, yeah, I mean, like some kind of structure to it. And so I would almost like to see, as simple as we ask that you include some components of a code of conduct, but not that we necessarily dictate them, but, I think it's better if the group comes up and agrees to it,
And Kenna may have something, Kenna from OSBA may have a standard code of conduct, or we
Yeah.
look at our own policies for students, staff, and board members, and just put something similar in place.
Yeah. This
To-
this
to
will
round
not have
out
to be
the-
crafted from scratch.
Yeah.
No.
Once, and what is crafted becomes a document, and then any committee that you have refers you to that policy, and this is how we
Exactly.
operate.
It extends well beyond any of these terms,
Just a thought.
especially yours.
It seems like we're in violent agreement, right?
Not always.
Any other comments? Okay, hearing none, let's move on to our first section of public commentary. Do we have any people to speak?
We do not have any for the first section.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Espig. And while you have your mic turned on,
Hold on a
Do
second.
we have one?
do we have
We
one?
might have one.
Okay.
It's on the agenda.
Yep, it's on the agenda, so code of conduct would fall into that. So, Mr. Morris Linzicki.
So I applaud you for wanting to look into code of conduct, but as a board, I also suggest to you that you look beyond just committees. You have organizations, you have booster clubs, you have PTOs. If you're going to do a code of conduct, it should be under the umbrella of everything in the school, not just committees, is my suggestion to you.
I would agree.
So for the minutes, that's what will be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for this section.
That is it, okay. Let's move on. We're now going to move to the treasurer's report. Mr. John Espy, please.
Thank you, President Miranda, members of the board. I'm happy to bring to you our September board report for the month of September. As we are through 3 months, that's 25% of the fiscal year. All funds are below this percentage of expenditures, except for the one-time funds or the in and out miscellaneous local grants, athletics, miscellaneous federal grants. As we talked about last month, athletics typically have higher expenditures in the fall because it's the heaviest season for participation. And so we're seeing all other funds, except for those that were mentioned, are below the 25%. Our expenditures are now tracking $3,709 below the forecast, which is very close. This is due to salaries and benefit variations. we're tracking at 99.99% accuracy. On the revenue side, interest and income and state phase-in of Fair School Funding Plan are still causing some increase of expected revenues over, notice this was over 200,000 last month. It's now reverted down to 118,100. We also have some timing when we look at this time last year with our local tax revenues, if you're looking from a year-to-year analysis. When we look at our investment income, our operating fund is showing $151,703.50 for the month of September, with a fiscal year to date of $421,776.26. When we look at our bond and COPS fund, we brought in $119,082.32 fiscal year to date, and just note that there are some reinvestments in there. That's why it's a little bit lower than it had been in previous months. For a fiscal year to date total of $608,733.26. Wanted to brief you on some financial items that are happening in the Treasurer's Office in October. We have nearly finished our GAAP audit process for fiscal year 23. Last month I had briefed you that they would be coming in the next week. It was actually delayed another 2 weeks, but we did have the auditors on site and they're nearly done with the GAAP conversion. We have also begun the financial audit process for fiscal year 23 with the Auditor of State. The expected date of completion for that is mid-February 2024. In mid-November, we're planning to have Strategic Solutions come on site and pick up our paper files to electronically index those, and we're continuing to work with them on that process and how they'll be indexed. We're also starting a process for onboarding for all of our workflows that we do that will be automated. And we're also, you'll notice there's going to be a contract for your approval a little bit later with our move to HCC, which is located in Loveland, on our ITC migration. That's part of the savings of changing softwares and also changing some of our, and lowering our support costs on our financial software. We are expected to be fully on board with HCC and the new software on 7/1 of 2024. I had brought this to Finance Committee looking at where we were when we started, when I came on board back in January. We looked at really what the approved purchases had been at that point by the board, and I brought you really what the cost of that was going to be in millage. And so at that time, it was 8.51 mils. And when you look at the years from left to right, those are really calendar years. So it was really 8.51 if there were a levy on the ballot in 23, 10.58 in 24, and 10.9 in 25. This was with a completely different borrowing plan than we had initially gone with before we had made some reductions in terms of staffing and contracts, and also just some other inputs that had changed between January and April when I brought the resolutions to you. So this second section here is showing what was approved by the board in 2023 for the 5.99 mil levy. What this chart is showing you is what the millage ask would have to be in 2024 if the 5.99 mil levy were to be defeated in next month. So essentially what we're saying here is the 5.99 mil levy, if delayed until 2024, would be 7.37 mils. If delayed even further into 2025, that would be 8.95 mils to essentially have the same purchasing power or buying power that those levy millages have. I was also asked to, at the Finance Committee meeting, to put together what it looks like by, if the levy were to be unsuccessful and what that looks like from the financial health. You'll notice this is showing fiscal year 2025 and beyond. And so in fiscal year 2025, which is the 24-25 school year, which is next year, we would essentially go into caution, which is signified by number 1 in the orange section. The pink section is warning, and the red section is emergency. And so what we see between 25 and 26 is really getting nearly all 3 of those packed into one fiscal year. Give or take a little bit, the emergency could come in the 25-26 school year, but this is really the financial, health of the district when we look at it and it's charted out. I also want to thank Krista Boyle for helping me put this together. I wanted to explain, because I got a question that was tied to the Milford Schools 101 program that we did last Monday. There was a question about the 5.99, I want to go back here for a second. When we look at the 5.99 mils to the 7.37, the only way for 2024's ask to be the same as the 5.99 is to reduce expenditures by somewhere between 1.8 and $2 million. The reason for the variance is we have some legislation that's out in terms of House Bill 187 that could make this swing one way or the other, but it's still a fairly tight window of that 1.8 million. And I had a question of if you need to cut $2 million, why not just ask for a levy that's equivalent to $2 million? And this illustrates it, I think, really, really well. So when you look at the top line, the November 2023 levy passage would mean that the district would start collecting in 2024, which is signified by the red star on the top line. If the district were to be unsuccessful in 2023 and put a March 2024 levy on the ballot, the district would miss an entire year of tax collections, and therefore the district would not start collecting until 2025. So the difference between the 2 stars is basically a whole year, and that is the $2 million of reduction, approximate $1.8 to $2 million of reduction. And so I just wanted to kind of illustrate that as well as part of the ask that you all had last week. Are there any questions on those items?
I have one quick, John. If the levy passes in November, how long will it last, and when do we need to go back out?
It's projected to last 3 years.
3 years. So if the levy passes November 7th, November 2027, 2026, we would have to entertain another, correct?
Or sometime in that calendar year. So it could actually be the next, actually I should say fiscal year. It would be the next,
So it could be
either
the March of the
November
following.
or, yeah, well,
Or
it would be
March of-
May likely.
May.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's correct.
And I think it's important to, so the levy is on the ballot for November. We've been talking about it. I haven't ever been to a board meeting where it wasn't on consideration or in that fiscal year, and from 2018, 2019. So we know that this has been coming. I think that John and John have done a good job of where can we cut? How can we refinance to really bring that, what we thought was going to be 8.5 down to 5.9. It's never going to be 5.9 again. It just won't if we want to, maintain what we have in the district, which I think I've heard a lot of people say that that's really important. So I have already voted. I support this levy. I support the schools, and I think it's important. Our community deserves to keep what we have in Milford, and this isn't getting us any extra. 5.99 just helps us maintain what we have right now.
I also want to point out, I've heard questions going back to 2019 when Mr. Rabe, my predecessor, had forecasted that expenditures were going to go over revenues at that time around 2021, which is exactly when they did. At that time, all funding formulas up until that point had always given the district more. And even if the district were to be on a guarantee back in those times, when there was more money injected into schools via the state and via Columbus, those funds came into the district and were in addition to what the district had received prior. So in 2019, the district was operating on the best knowledge that they had at that time. That was prior to the Fair School Funding Plan being put into place, which started in fiscal year '22. And so when the Fair School Funding Plan was put into place, now we're capped. We do not, like, when we heard about, I think it was $300 million that, you know, Governor DeWine's budget looked at for SROs, we didn't get any of those funds. So those monies are going elsewhere in the state. So we're one of what in fiscal year '22 was over a third of districts in the state that are capped, and we're essentially being funded locally on 2013 dollars, but from the state being funded on 2018-19 dollars. So I think that that's an important caveat to mention as well.
And that's part of the reason that we haven't put an operating levy on since 2013, is that there was favorable funding that was bumping a little bit. So our 2013 levy that was projected to last 3 or 4 years has stretched to 10 years. And part of it is because of funding like that. That's no longer.
The largest, I would say it's the largest part of it.
No longer in play. So it's not because the school is overfunding. It is not because we haven't used our money wisely. It is because how Columbus is financing public education. And I hope that all 4 of the other board members are also voting yes to support the schools as well.
I support our schools. I'm voting yes.
Support our schools voting.
100%.
Can we have a motion to approve that?
I just wanted to make sure you were finished.
Yeah, I'm finished.
I need a motion to approve the board reports as we have just received.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Call roll.
Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Mrs. Nolan?
Yes.
Mrs. Mason?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Yes, thank you.
Next item is the amended certificate of estimated resources. This is the money that we expect to bring in. I did some small changes to this. Technically, they don't have to be sent to the county auditor, but I'm going to send them anyway, and I like to do this every month, or at least every 2 months, so I'm bringing this to you for pure compliance.
Well, thank you for the compliance.
Yes.
Okay, I need a motion to approve the amended certificate of estimated resources.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Call a roll.
Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Mrs. Nolan?
Yes.
Mrs. Mason?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Yes, thank you.
Item 3 is the expenditure side. So again, making some small changes here between the last appropriations. And again, this would be sent to the county auditor in advance of the next budget commission meeting that will be in beginning of November.
Okay, I need a motion to approve the amended appropriations as we've received.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Call
John,
a
there-
roll.
Hold on, John,
Oh, sorry, Jerry.
there are, and we talked about this in committee, there are no surprises in this amended.
No, and you had actually made a comment a couple months ago that you didn't like the word permanent. This is an amended permanent, and that's what I think I had talked about, is that these get amended frequently. So, and there'll be several more of these throughout the fiscal year, and then the final one that happens in June.
Amended permanent. There you go. Okay. Any other comments?
I think it's a call.
Let's call the roll.
Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Mrs. Nolan?
Yes.
Mrs. Mason?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Yes, thank you.
All right, moving right along to item number 4, you'll remember that I brought student activity budgets to you over the summer. These are some additional ones that did not get completed at that point, but there's been no expenditures made because they're not allowed to spend until you say it's okay. And so I'm bringing these to you, and just so you're aware of this, these come through Mr. Kaufman first. He vets them and then sends them to my office, and then we look through them and then bring them and put them on the board agenda for your approval for compliance again.
Okay, I need a motion to approve fiscal year 24 student activity budgets.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion? Call the roll.
Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Mrs. Nolan?
Yes.
Mrs. Mason?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Yes, thank you.
I had a comment, Mr. President.
I'm sorry.
Mr.
I
Board
blew right
President.
through that. Go ahead.
As I looked into these in the committee, I just wanted to share really quickly how impressed I was with all the work that goes into to building these budgets, because these just don't come out of thin air. They come from hard work. They come from kids knocking on doors. They come from a lot of bake sales and a lot of donated effort. So when I looked at these, I thought, wow, there's a lot of effort that goes into the numbers that are sitting on top of these budgets, and that's all I wanted to comment. A little out of order, but I just say, you know, Josh, tip of the cap to all of these that I had a chance to look at and approve today, because it's good work, and I know there's more out there, so. That's it.
Thank you. Moving on to number 5, contracts and invoices for approval. So we have 2 contracts and then 1 then and now invoice. The 2 contracts, one is for DCTS for 180 Chromebooks. This is coming from the general fund, and this is part of the budget, that's the technology budget. So this is not in any way an increase of appropriations. This is already planned for it in terms of expense. The HCC fiscal services contract is the one that I alluded to earlier that will go into effect beginning July 1 and is a savings to the district from our current contract. And then the U.S. Safety then and now is simply an invoice that has to be approved before I can pay it, because the invoice occurred before the PO was in place.
Okay, I need a motion to approve the contracts and invoices that are listed here.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
So is this the amount of Chromebooks we buy each and every year?
This is for it's a part of it. I don't know if you want to expand on this anymore, but I think I can speak to it fairly confidently. For special, and it's tied to special ed carts that for students that aren't paying the technology fee because they don't actually have the Chromebooks and take them home.
Right, but do we buy that, do we have, I know we're like on a rotation of replacing, do we?
Yeah.
So we do that every year?
Yes. Amounts could go up and down depending on how many carts are in that rotation, but it's part of a rotation.
Okay, any other comments? Call the roll.
Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Mrs. Nolan?
Yes.
Mrs. Mason?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Yes, thank you.
E6 is a donation of $1,500. This was a donation to Pattison Elementary Nutrition Services for outstanding lunch balances. And this, I obviously know the individual, but they did ask to remain anonymous and just said that they wanted to pay it forward. So to our anonymous donor, I just want to say thank you.
Okay, I need the motion to approve this donation.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Just thank you to whoever
Yeah.
did this.
Warm, hearty thank you for not just the donation, but your service to our country.
Hearing no other discussion, call the roll.
Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Mrs. Nolan?
Yes.
Mrs. Mason?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Yes, thank you.
And
Moving on.
I do want to say one thing.
Yes, sir.
Next month is 5-year forecast month, so
Woohoo!
buckle up.
A lot of questions for you.
Yeah.
There you go. We're looking forward to that.
I'm looking forward to preparing 2, because I'll have to have 2 ready, so,
You're getting really good at doing those. You've had some practice.
yes.
Okay, moving right along to Superintendent's Business, Superintendent John Spicer.
Thank you, President Miranda, members of the board. Mr. Jeff Johnson, Business Ops, is here to talk a little bit about our construction update.
Thank you, Mr. Spicer, President Miranda, members of the board. I've got a few pictures for you. Auditorium's coming along, starting to see a little bit of color pop in. Up here next week, the signage that goes up above the stage will be going in. So things are continuing on in the auditorium. This is, the next one's the opposite view. So this is the back of house. So they've got the drywall is finished. That'll start getting painted here in the next week or two. But things are going along well in the auditorium. I think Mr. Kaufman mentioned it. Over the next month or so, there's going to be a lot of the work that's been done has been running raceways and wiring and things along those lines. You start seeing more progress, even though it's not more progress, it's just more visible here as we're coming up. This is the dressing rooms. You can see they've got carpets been installed. They've got cabinets that are in there. They've got plastic protecting all of that, cardboard taped over all of that. But this is kind of the dressing room area that used to be the athletic department. Got an overhead view of the field house with the concession and restroom building. You know, this is wrestling here. These are the courts. They're doing some detailing on the steel. Actually today they started putting siding on this building on both the east and west sides of it. I got a picture here coming up. They actually, the concrete was poured yesterday in this building. Gives you a little bit of a perspective of the middle school. So this is the field house that we were just looking at. You can kind of just barely see the back side of the bleachers of the stadium. This area right here is the academic wing. And then this area right here is kind of the elective area, as well as the cafeteria, general offices and things like that. And then over here is where the gymnasium and athletics, the two gyms will be. But they've got the gravel is down. They will start footers starting on the western edge and moving east. Those footers will start on Monday. Parking lot during construction, this is going to be a laydown area, but that'll be eventually be the parking lot kind of in front of the building. And then this is just kind of on the opposite side. This is the drone was kind of sitting over the teacher's parking lot. Again, this is the academic wing. You can see the edge here. There's a road that will go in and end up going all the way down and around. Unfortunately, the weather kicked us back a little bit this week. It was pretty sloppy out there earlier in the week, but they did get some gravel down, and like I said, footers will start in this area starting next week. But again, kind of a little bit of a relationship. This road will continue down and will run between the field house and the middle school. I told you we poured the slab in the concession and restroom building. They started at 3 o'clock in the morning, yesterday morning. So they were out of there before we started school. Wow. They did use a pumper to go into this building. When they do the other building, I think they're going to use buggies, but I think the next pour for the gym area is next Thursday, and they're going to start at 2. So they can get in there. They brought in some lights. They actually we brought in some lights for the football games a couple of weeks ago. They did utilize some of those. But they were in there. They started at 3, and next week for the gym pour, they'll start at 2. And then the last one's just showing them kind of finishing off that building, a little bit of a peek inside. That's actually the men's restroom he's in. This area right here is will be like the spirit store, and then this here is the concession area. You can kind of see the windows that are in there for the concession area. So things are going well. We're still working with the county, trying to get final permits. We've got some of them. We're hoping to have the last one maybe even tomorrow. But things are on schedule. They're tight, but they're on schedule, and things are going well. I think you're really going to be, you know, when the footers for the field house went in, it was before school started, but like the kids were up there practicing in August, and once the footers went in, people really was like, oh, that's where it's going to be. That's what it's going to look like. I think you're going to see that a lot when the middle school starts coming in too. When those footers go in, you really start to see the footprint of the building, and you'll start seeing things come up out of the ground pretty quickly. Any questions?
Yeah, the field house, the nest, whatever we're going to call it, that is scheduled for completion April?
April.
April? Okay. Does that include the other things that are going on in the stadium, like seating?
Yes, that should be done about the same time.
Okay.
Separate project, but should be done about the same time.
Yeah, when will they start putting a roof over that?
Don't hold me to this. I was looking at the schedule today, but I didn't look at that specifically. Probably 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay, let me write that down.
They'll start it. There's a lot of work to it, the way the roofing goes in. The siding, you kind of slap up the insulation. I don't say slap up, but you put the insulation up, then you put the siding on it. The roof insulation structure, the way it goes together, because it has a higher R value, is a little bit more complicated and takes a little bit more time.
Okay. Well, I'm extremely excited by this, especially when you start seeing the roof lines and what they look like. That should get everybody in Milford excited to have
Yeah,
that.
and we are working. I talked with both SHP and Conger this week. Anybody's been up there, you know we've got a sign that's got a rendering of what the middle school kind of looks like. We did not have one for the field house, but I've talked with them about getting one for the field house. So it'll probably be a couple of weeks before it gets there, but we'll have, you know, kind of a sign hanging on the fence that'll give a little bit of a rendering of what that field house is going to look like.
So it'll be in time for the second home playoff game.
No promises, but we'll do what we can.
There you go.
Anything else?
You got my question.
All right, thank you.
Okay, moving ahead, we're going to move to Human Resources Business, Superintendent John Spicer.
Thank you, President Miranda, members of the board. We do have some items for your approval this evening under Human Resources, 1 through 5.
Okay, I need a motion to approve Human Resources, item G, sections 1 through 5.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion?
Should I say it again?
Nah.
Absolutely, go right ahead.
It's 8:45.
We've gone through every one of these a week ago and had the ability to ask all the questions in committee. So just so everyone knows, we're getting ready to approve a lot in this meeting, but it's during committee that we had a chance to discuss all of these line items, so it's a broken record.
No, it's not. The public needs to hear that. The public needs to know. Okay, so, did I do a motion already?
Yeah, we have a motion and a second.
Okay, then why don't we call the roll?
Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Mrs. Nolan?
Yes.
Mrs. Mason?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Yes, thank you. Moving ahead, Curriculum and Instruction Business, Superintendent John Spicer.
Thank you, President Miranda, members of the board. It is my pleasure to turn it over to Mr. Paul Daniels, our Chief Academic Officer, who is going to talk a little bit about the core of what we do here at Milford, and that is curriculum and instruction. Mr. Daniels.
All right, good evening, President Miranda, members of the Board of Education. Thank you for setting some time aside tonight to discuss the academic progress of the district. Before I get started, I wanted to just share both to you and the public a few reminders that the same criteria that we will be measured here by tonight is the criteria that is measured across Ohio to create a final academic rating for the school year. While I get to be up here and present this information, it truly is the hard work of our dedicated classroom teachers, our principals as instructional leaders, the academic team here at the central office, and the countless other employees who serve our schools and students each day. I would be remiss if I didn't also mention our parents and guardians. They are our partners in this work to support the district, and we are truly grateful for them. Before I get started, this presentation will be linked on the website with all of the technical documents and report card guides published for the 22-23 school year. What you won't hear me talk about tonight is comparing Milford to any other district across the state. In Ohio, we have 600 individual school districts, 611 to be exact, that spend different amounts per pupil, have different subgroups than we do, choose different and various other educational resources and programs for their children, and ultimately make decisions based on what they think is best for their district. This is our data and a reflection of our work and where we invest our resources. The state of Ohio sets the rules and expectations for what they perceive to be proficient and competent. They norm the tests each year and set the passing rate. It takes a lot of research and time to make sense of the report card and technical documents year to year, and it is up to ODE to determine the criteria for obtaining a specific score and what that score represents. So that is not done at the local level. In our report card, we will be looking specifically in the areas that we are graded on using the STAR system. Those will be achievement, those will be progress, gap closing, graduation, and early literacy. So overall, the district attained a rating of 4.5 stars. In our achievement, we received 4 stars, which is exceeding state standards in academic achievement. Progress, same, exceeding, significant evidence that the district exceeds student growth expectations. And that's looking at growth. So achievement is how you score, progress is how you grow. Gap closing is a measure of reduction in educational gaps for students and subgroups. We received 5 stars there. Each district has different subgroups. So we may have more or less depending on the demographic of our district. Graduation is we significantly exceed state standards in graduation. And early literacy, 3 stars, we meet the standards in early literacy K3. All right, so the first component is achievement. As I shared with you last year, this is not a stagnant number. We used to be all benchmarked against the number of 120. That no longer happens. When the state redesigned the report card, they look at the top 2% of the districts, and that's the max score, and then they rate the rest of us based on that max score. So as you can see this year, we scored 96.8 of a possible 108.8 points for an achievement score of 89%. And then last year, we scored 88.8%, which was 95.3 of a possible 107.3. So we went up in the points possible, and we went up in our percentage. And again, this is normed based on those 611 school districts. So here is what you would distill down to. If you take every child in the district who sat in one of the areas that were measured, they distill those scores down by these 7 categories and give you your points for achievement. So here you will see that 55% of our students scored accomplished or above. 21.3% are below proficient, and that's a key focus of our multi-tiered system of support teachers who are charged with looking and growing our bottom 20%. And then untested absent, we do have students who do not come on test days. That happens. And we do have a larger and growing number of students, and it's still relatively small, of families that used to qualify for alternate assessment, but based on changes, they no longer do, and they make that choice as a parent that with moving from alternate assessment to the regular assessment, there's such a big jump that it's almost a disservice to give that to the child. We record that and we report that to the state. We're just not going to get involved in making that decision. You will see at the top our Advanced Plus. Those are students who are accelerated, so we get bonus points for accelerated students and how they achieve. For us, those would be mostly anybody that's maybe an individual student who's accelerated a grade level, so they are a 5th grader, but they may be taking 6th grade assessments. Most of our acceleration points in district come in at the junior high when we have kids jump from the 6th grade assessment to pre-algebra, which is aligned with the 8th grade assessment, and our 6th graders who jump to Algebra 1, and our Algebra 1 students who jump to geometry in grade 8. Most of our acceleration occurs with those cohorts of kids. So it's great to celebrate the number of students who are accomplished and above, but obviously for the district, we have an intense focus on those 21.3% of students who did not reach proficiency. So the state targets each assessment area at 80%. What you will see in looking at trends is we normally, as we look at performance, we hover somewhere between 75 and 80% is sort of the norm for us. When we fall outside of that norm is where we start to maybe raise some yellow flags and put some intensive supports in place. So as a district, if you look at this, you will see that our 6th grade, when I flip to the next slide, there is some regression there. And then we continue to have some struggles with our 7th grade math. But behold the ultimate truth, there is a silver lining with the math that I can talk a little bit about later. So here's our year-over-year comparison. You know, we didn't really have a whole lot of atrophy, except as I discussed, 6th grade. And even though the 7th grade number is low, we did make, I would say, a significant 3.4% change there. So overall, more positive than negative, and about 6 areas of regression across the district. So again, the target is 80%, and that is set by ODE. So the second component of the report card is the progress. So I talked a little bit about the growth. Obviously, we have 5 colors here, and then data is not available. But obviously, the goal would be for everybody to be in that dark blue and to have very few students in the red or the yellow. What you won't see up here as we scored 4 stars is you won't see 3rd grade. The reason you don't see 3rd grade is you need 3 data points to create your growth projections. So we have 3 areas of red. We have red in 5th grade, mathematics, 7th grade mathematics, and high school American government. We do not, I'm gonna make this very clear, the value added in 7th grade is not correct. It will never be correct. All the kids who jump from 6th grade to 7th grade and they take pre-algebra and they take the 8th grade test, they jump a cohort. So no one in the district gets credit for those kids. There's no way to give the teachers credit. There's no way for the district to get credit. So it's only measuring the students in 7th grade math. The teachers don't get any credit, or the district doesn't get any credit for the accelerated students at all. So it's almost like a false positive. It's good because it tells us that we're not growing our kids in Math 7. It's bad for our teachers and our students because it breaks their growth, and we can't really make good predictions moving forward. So we're missing over half of our kids in that 7th grade number. So that is, Jared Minderman and myself went to school in North Carolina. We asked and we asked. The only way for that to change is to move from normed NCE's normed curved equivalence on a bell curve to scaled scores, which a scaled score is a 600 to 700 and 800. They may do that, but those kids break the cohort, so we can't get any credit, and we don't know really how much they grow in the year that they skip from 6th grade to the 8th grade test. What's important here is you'll see that students across the district, all of them in all those tests, made more progress than expected, moderate evidence. When you compare this with last year, you can see again, I talked about the 7th grade doesn't receive the value added for the students in pre-algebra. Geometry is not needed. It's probably the greatest travesty in public education. We're giving kids a test that means nothing. It must be reported to the federal government, but they don't need it for any graduation requirement or seal. We had 5 red areas in 2022, dropping to 3 in 2023. That's less progress than expected. We had no yellow in 2022. We had 1 in 2023. We had 6 green in 2022 and 5 green in 2023, 1 light blue in 2022 and 0, but we had 6 dark blue, and now we have moved to 9 dark blue, and that's more progress than expected. So overall, while we maintained that light blue, we are seeing encouraging numbers of growth for our kids from the year-to-year progression. Early literacy is the third area of the report card. That is where we look at what we call, it's still part of the third grade guarantee. I would argue it's probably worse now in its current iteration than it was before. But we look at three things when we measure early literacy. You measure proficiency on the test, you measure promotion to the fourth grade, and improving K-3 literacy. So in terms of our district here, we scored 77% proficient, which is up a percent from last year. We have 100% promotion, but we did see a 6% fall in our improving K-3 literacy. The K-3 literacy component is you take a test as a first grader in the fall, you take it again in the spring, you go home for the summer, and we retest you 5 weeks later in the fall, and we see how you grew throughout those 3 testing intervals. We used to give that test really quick to get the kids back and get them tested. We did make a change this year and moved it all the way back to the last possible date just to see if playing with that made an improvement in the score. Because we were in a rush to give it versus not having the kids in, not setting them in routines, not giving them some interventions and enrichments, and we'll see how that works out for this year. But again, you'll see what I was talking about, 21, 22, we were up a percent, promotion the same, down about 5% in early literacy. I did want to share with you that we do our kindergarten data each year, and there's a way not to have an early literacy component, that improving literacy score. You can get rid of that improving literacy score if you have 90% of your kindergartners come in on track. This year, we saw that 43% of our kindergartners entered school off track. So again, you will not hear our staff saying that our parents aren't doing enough. It's just some schools are attaining 90. We're attaining, 50, 57, quick math, 57% of our kids are coming in on track. So while we don't have an early literacy component before kindergarten, I think there's a space for us to grow into with our community. We just haven't figured out what that is. But again, this is sort of the picture is some of other districts will not have this improving literacy because 90% of their kindergartners come in on track. That's just not the case for us.
Paul,
Yeah.
can you talk about a district that we talk to and how they attain and how they're able to attain that 90%? What are they doing?
Well, they have preschool. Like 90-some% of their kids attend preschool. So that's one thing, and they've been working in the early literacy space to kind of, a good example would be host events in libraries, host events in neighborhoods, and then they also do a really good push about talking to parents about what really the skills that you can practice with kids prior to entering. So that's a space that we strategically are going to talk about entering into and how we can work on those early literacy components, because in a perfect world, we would love for the state to fully fund all-day kindergarten. We would love for the state to fully fund preschool, both typical and non-typical, but that's not the world we live in. So we have to find ways to engage our community and work with families about how they can, these 43 to 50% can practice and lay some foundational skills, so when they come to us, we can ramp that up even faster. So the changes in early literacy are daunting for our staff. Like I said, the fall diagnostic was given at the latest possible dates. So the schools started their year supporting those students who are already identified as being off track, and they spent the first 5 weeks with them in intervention groups. Linza and Rob worked to onboard McGraw-Hill Wonders as the core resource for K-5 English Language Arts. We are also working on the philosophy of letters. It's how you teach the science of reading in our K-3 space. We did use some federal COVID dollars for that. Letters training for teachers and administrators. We're in year 1 of 3. And we've moved on from the Ames Web Plus and to the M-Class Dibbles as the early literacy screener. So I always say it, we're crushing our K-3 teachers, and it's only getting worse in terms of what the state legislature is requiring. Even there's a new bill in proposal that, you know, they'll scrap all the dyslexia and let you decide how you're going to do it. Well, that train has left the station for us. We're going to stay on letters because it would be whiplash to stop. You know, one of the things our teachers don't like is when we start something and stop. And we're going to continue, and we've paid for it, and we're going to train everybody up, you know, for the betterment of the district moving forward. We move on to graduation. I always say that no matter what, this is the thing that matters most. We graduated 97.6% of our kids last of this cohort data, and we did see a small drop in our 5-year graduation. I just think it's important for the community to know that the 5-year graduation, we make a really good concerted effort with the Milford Academy to keep our kids here, but you're not required to come back if you don't graduate. We've also seen a change in the law. We have signed 2 GEDs this year. If you're 16, 17, or 18, 16 and 17, and your parents agree, they can sign a piece of paper to have you take the GED. They mail that up to the state. So we are seeing a few more kids than normal exit high school for the GED, and obviously they are counted as a dropout. But we do encourage our 5-year students to create plans. But ultimately, if they want to choose to stay and attain a diploma, there's no mechanism for us to keep them here. I mean, that's a choice they have to make. I think we're better than most because of what we offer. Finally, gap closing. That's how we look at specific subgroups. And while I'm not going to extrapolate all of it out for you because it's already like 9:05 and this is riveting, the gap closing is 5 components. So we look at chronic absenteeism, which is down to 18.9%. You look at the performance of every subgroup that we have. You look at your growth by every subgroup, your graduation by every subgroup, and then you're gifted. We continue to score 10 out of 15 points in gifted. It's not because that we're not serving students, it's because we don't serve them every day, and that's the state model. So we're getting the points on the performance index, we're getting the points on students who are identified. We're just not doing the all-day, everyday service delivery model. But 5 stars here. And then overall, as you can see, there are some deductions which I mistakenly emailed the state and told them they had our report card wrong. But there are some deductions in graduation and progress. So you don't get the full 5 points. So they take an aggregate of your 4-year and your 5-year, and we scored 4.75, even though the report card says 5. They do the same thing for progress. So I came up with like 4.24, which would have put us at 5 stars, but really, you know, we're at 4, which puts us at 4.5 stars. So we exceed the state standards in most areas. So again, as we've talked about, when you look at a system, most of our system is working. What we're concerned about is, as a team, and this isn't top down, this is all of us together, is you can see a potential implementation dip with wonders. There is an overload with early literacy, and I'm worried about that with our 3rd grade. We could see an on-track, off-track differential due to moving from AIMSweb to M-Class Dibbles. They're not really apples to apples. Remember, AIMSweb wasn't even on the state's dyslexia screener, and then they bent and they broke, and they gave it to everybody, but we had already committed to M-Class because we as an organization believed it was better for kids, it was better for teachers, it was better for grouping, and it came with really great resources. Staffing, we did have more than normal attrition in staffing in some grade levels. There is a grade level that none of the current teachers have more than 2 years in that grade level, so we're intensely supporting them. We did have a lot of promotions, and we had some key retirements, so we have to be good about in being intentional about supporting them during those shifts. We are doing more benchmarks, more common formative assessments, more checkpoints. We're piloting Desmos and Zern in math grades 6 through 8. Benchmarks really to implement instruction at the, in those all areas, but in target areas. 2 things that John and I are working with our friends at Battelle for Kids. We're meeting with them. We would like to hook up with legislatures to talk about all-day, everyday kindergarten funding. And we also would like to potentially petition the federal Department of Education. Montana has been successful, as has Florida, about moving away from one test and moving to 4 benchmarks. It doesn't hurt to ask. So they have actually, in Montana, been granted a waiver, which is the first in the country. It was an Ed Week. And I also shared with the board a month or two back that while we see an acceleration in English language arts, there is some drag post-COVID from math, but we're not seeing it system-wide. We're just seeing it in pockets. So that is sort of the 30,000-foot view of the report card. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for doing that. That's a lot of complex information, and I always appreciate you distilling it down for us. You mentioned with the early literacy that one of the things that sets kids up for success is 90% of the school kids are going to preschool. Do we have a way to see which of our kids are scoring lower or higher, and if they went to preschool?
Yeah, there's a report that we actually did it with the CRAE. I don't have it like right in front of me, but we can get it to you tomorrow morning, all of you, where we looked at the kids who went to our preschool and how they scored on the CRAE, because we did all of those together at the kindergarten roundup. So we actually have that already pulled. We can get that to you by the end of the day tomorrow.
Great.
I've made a few, and I know it's late. I would argue this is one of the most important things we'll ever talk about, so I'm not really going to apologize for it because it's late. But you had mentioned achievement scores that used to be 120, and now they're top 2%. Is it fair to say, from what I understand, now it's graded on the curve, that we all understand?
Yeah, because there was nobody in the state that ever hit 120.
Okay.
So
we
it
took
is
top
a
percent,
curve.
It's a curve.
They take the top 2%. And I believe when Emily and Melissa and I had invited everyone that, you know, we had looked at that if you look at that 2%, it's really a measure of wealth, but it is a curve.
Okay.
Paul, can you reiterate that? Because I was going to ask that question, so I'm glad Mr. Combs brought that up. The top 2%. Yeah. And what's the characteristic of all those top 2%?
Most
districts?
you will find spend, they're the wealthiest districts in the state.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay.
But the curve does help us, yes. But it's also important to note that no one was ever hitting the perfect score of 120.
Sure, sure. Next question. Understand the 7th grade challenges of not getting credit for the accelerated students. What are you attributing the 5th grade challenges to in math?
Okay, so we've always heard that the 5th grade test is harder, but I think throughout the district it's not the grade level I was indicating, but we do have, we've had some changes in that grade level. So we need to, when I met, Linza, myself, we met with the principals one-on-one. Many of them, including my evaluation, John's evaluation, Linza's evaluation, we have tied our performance to the 5, 6, 7 math grade band because we're seeing really good scores in 4th grade and we're seeing this drop in 5th grade. So we have been using the same resources for many years. It's not a resource problem. We're training people up on resources. I think where we have a shift as an organization is we're being a little more data focused. So our EVOS scores came out today. We haven't really used our EVOS reports before, but teachers can go in there and they can see where students are projected to score. So they now have at their arsenal, which they've never used before. So if they've had kids that are scheduled to be proficient by projections, that's where those kids need to end up. And if they see some slipping or if they see a standard not mastered, if they see something occurring throughout that year, you know, we're expecting them with the tools and the supports of their principals and our data meetings to be intervening a little more frequently. We did not dictate checkpoint assessments, but what we're hearing, John hears them in his voluntary meetings, Rob works with getting things up and running inside of TIDE with Lisa Hare. We have more teachers using checkpoints than ever before. So they're teaching for maybe a month, then they're giving an assessment quickly over what they've taught. It looks, sounds, spits out what the state sees, and then they're quickly able to intervene. So we just have some atrophy there, and I can't attribute it to fresh, new young teachers. it could be post-COVID because that's the area in math, but we're not seeing a lower score in 4th grade like 5th grade. So that's why we're pouring all our time and energy into 5, 6, and 7, so we can bolster that up for the Algebra 1.
It sounds like with the renewed effort and the further, the checkpoint efforts, you would expect that to improve.
Yeah, it's definitely outside of the norm. It's definitely just a little bit outside of the norm in math. I think if you were to ask me where I'm most concerned, it's 6th grade. Because you're dropping, 5.3 here. We're seeing good growth. We go up 68 to 74, but if you look at the 4th graders, so they maintained from 4 to 5, if I'm looking sideways. So 4th grade, here is that cohort of kids. Here is where they are the next year.
No, that's ELA.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
It's skip one, but you're okay, understand.
Oh, okay, so there it is. So that group does have atrophy.
All right.
And it kind of starts there, goes there, comes there. So it's not a good curve. It's going the wrong way.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll see a change in that when we move the 6th graders in with the 7th and 8th graders in the middle school?
Well, I think one thing that could possibly change is all these teachers, for the most part, are singletons. So they could be the only 4th, 5th, or 6th grade math teacher in the building. So by nature, they have started to collaborate this year together. But when you have the power to be with 4 practitioners to bounce ideas off to create on a daily basis, I think we could see a bump there. Because they're together in one space and able to meet and discuss and make quick pivots, as to where now the only time we really get them together is if like the 6th grade ELA was out for a full day. They came here, they worked together for a full day. They're all within year 2 of in our district in that position. It doesn't mean they're inexperienced, but we have to spend more time checking in, looking at growth, and making sure they're doing, and we're giving them the resources they need.
So this is all combined, all of the elementaries, right?
Yes.
So that means that we would also have the ability to stratify out and find if you've got a star performer maybe, and take a look at best practices of a particular teacher teaching, pick a subject, 5th grade math.
Yeah, I mean, it's an average, so you have people above the average that can and genuinely lead, and they've been coming together. 4th and 5th came together, 6th came together. There are some, but just like the 611 districts, the makeup of each of the schools is different too. There are some schools that only may have 3 subgroups, and there's some that may have 11. So, but to your point, there are people that are scoring really well, and we've directed, a principal came and said, I really want my teacher to see, I had 3 teachers I want him to see, we knew right where to send them. Because those teachers, we know who those exemplars are. We have some teachers in the 90s. That's why it's really dangerous to assign randomness to this, because there are teachers in the 90s and there are teachers in the 40s, and we've got to grow and bring them all up. We got to maintain the 90 and we got to grow the 40 in a hypothetical example.
You know, I've always wondered, and I know all my will soon be former teacher friends after I say this, if you move somebody from one building to another building that was struggling, are they going to be able to have an impact to raise it up? You've got some people that year on year just have higher performance, and
They probably don't work for us anymore if they're struggling that much.
no, I'm not talking about the ones that are struggling. I'm talking the ones that are really good.
I think they've generally been really good wherever they are. They understand, when I talked about younger and attrition, I think it takes 2 to 3 years to really understand how to play this out and how to work simultaneously on growth and proficiency. They're all experts in their field, but when you put 120 kids in front of them that have 120 different needs, that's really hard in those first few years to figure out.
Do we have an opportunity to make some of those superstar teachers mentors for the young kids, and how do we go about doing that?
So one of the things that we do naturally already is people that are naturally very good in our system, both with our resources and our scores, are invited to come to new teacher, Milford University. And so we lean into them. And then I think Jenny has a good process where you have to have certain criteria in order to be a formal mentor, but we're also doing a lot of informal mentoring. And I think we're doing more classroom visits this year and moving staff around to see others and exemplars than we've done pre-COVID. And I think they just want time, right? You know, the hardest thing about education is you only have so many hours in a day, and you can only have so many professional learning days. So if you want to give them time to go visit, they have to give up their playing bell, or they have to give up a day with their kids. And some of them will say, I'd rather give up a day with my kids to learn and grow quickly than do 5 sessions during my playing bell. Or it's 4 o'clock and I'm tired. You know, I've taught all day. It's a hard job, you know. So I think time, if we could find a way to manipulate time better, you know, like Loki, and we could be at like 7:18 and 9:18 tonight, but I think the time is what they want. They want time. But I think we don't look at this and say, woo, 4.5 stars, we're great. We know where our glaring areas are. We're harder on ourselves than anybody can be on us. Like that 7th grade number keeps me up at night because I know how hard they're working. Yeah. They give up their lunch every day. They stepped out on faith to try a new resource. They are coming here in a week to build all of their assessments together and take ownership. They are not repeatedly doing the same things and getting the same results.
Another question, the early literacy scores. Interesting about what happens before we get a hold of them.
Mm-hmm.
Have we ever in this district, first of all, how long have we been measuring early literacy?
I mean, the new report card, I don't know, maybe 5 years, but to the extent of, we've always been measuring the 3rd grade guarantee, right? It's always been the third grade score. I think where it looked a little different is when they started to divide it into the 3 components. You got a score for how your kids did, you got a score for how you were promoted, and then it's if you were off track, could we bring you on track? So that system is probably in year 3. I mean, we spent some time last year trying to find a better assessment. We sent some people out to do some research on our behalf, and a principal, to her credit, said, I worked at another district, I need you to look at what we did. We didn't get to 90, but we were able to make some gains before kids came to us.
I just wasn't sure what our Milford's trends were in that score over the past 3.
I think they're right where they've been in the 40s, 40s, 40s. I think where you see them is, you know, I think we would do somersaults if we could get into the 60s and 65s.
So we haven't seen
No,
that?
we haven't seen that.
Okay.
But I am hopeful that the work of the early literacy folks, and quite honestly, you know, none of this works without tech, right? We are onboarding so many new systems that when I said the whole central office academic team, we've onboarded and rostered Rob and that group to get us up and running really fast. We're hopeful with Dibbles and the resources and the ability. It does a lot for you. You know, when I talked about time, Dibbles levels your kids, puts them in groups, gives you some of the resources. That's quick. That's a time saver. Yeah. We don't want our teachers to constantly be creating. We want them to have quick resources to intervene so we can get the kids back on track.
I'm powering through my questions here. Unbelievable we don't get credit for GEDs.
You don't get credit for a GED, and unfortunately we don't get credit for a student with a disability who's by law allowed to stay here until they're 22, and they defer, and it's the right choice for their team, and the state counts them as a dropout. Yeah, biggest travesty in education. Yeah, because they are deserving of that experience. Yeah, it is annoying.
I learn something daily, and I just learned it, and it's not good. Last, we talk about all day gifted, and we no longer serve in that way. We changed something this year, and I don't want to say you described it as a pilot, but you wanted to try something different. Yep.
We did.
So let me clarify. We were serving them every other quarter by subject, and what the state would say, that's not how you service, so we lose points. So now we're moving, what we're piling now is moving to all math, and with a few supports in ELA. So WEPs will be written, those are gifted plans, will be written that the general ed teacher is serving ELA and the GIS is serving math. So that should, we kind of looked at our scores, we believed that was the right thing to do. That should have an increase in our reporting, but overall it won't affect progress.
You know, it's a hot topic, and it was. We got some questions, right, in that smaller community, the gifted community, about some of the changes we made, and it didn't sound like it was permanent. I think, John, you had mentioned, hey, we're going to try something different.
Yes.
Take a look at it.
Yes, we changed the model back closer to what it was. It was more time, consecutive days.
So you'd already reacted.
Yeah, it's done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we won't see that until the reporting. Like, I went to Chillicothe on Friday to a training to see how other districts are reporting and coding, and to learn from ODE about how we can, get those 5 points. But, the growth is what's important, and their performance index is what's important, and they're good.
Okay.
They're good.
Thank you. I know there's a lot of work that went into this. The report card's a static thing, but there's so much underneath this that, yeah, thank you for answering my questions.
I'll say so as a parent to a student who no longer gets the alternate assessment. That was a frustrating change by Columbus. I understand we just have to follow what they do. But as a parent to a special needs student, it's frustrating. And so frankly, my family doesn't take the test. Sitting Nora, who can't read at a 3rd grade level, in 7th grade tests, it's just random. I mean, Sabin could probably guess just as many as she could guess. And it doesn't serve her anywhere. But it's also disappointing at the graduation level that should we choose to defer, her numbers count against the district. But what I think Milford, on the flip side, does really well is they say, do what's right for Nora. And, we measure her progress and we measure her success in other ways, and through her IEP and through those things. So take a 0. Milford doesn't care if we take, they don't want anyone to take a 0, but we're doing what's right for the student, and that's what we're picking, in partnership with her IEP team, which includes me. So I appreciate that Milford works with families to figure out what's the best for students on all spectrums of learning.
Okay, one other question. You said that we just got the EVAS data today?
10:30 last night. I mean...
How long does it take us to really go in and do a deep dive and figure out what it's saying to us?
I think we'll have it to you by December 1st. We'll have it by the end of next week. I mean, we have to dig in ourselves. I did some screen recordings for the principals. They're dying to get it in the hands of their teachers. I did 3 little snippets to help them get started. I'm excited to see our district lean into the student projections. I think that's the power of this, is they can see exactly, a child has an 88% percentage of being proficient, but a 42% of being advanced. So the sweet spot for that kid is really accomplished. So it's up to the teacher to make sure they're working and pushing that. And then the other thing is, in a teacher report, they can see if they're really good at growing kids at the lower end, the middle end, or the higher end, so they can change their practices. And that's going to change teacher by teacher. So by the end of the week, Dave, we'll have a pretty good indication of where our data aligns.
That's tomorrow, right?
I said next week.
Oh, okay.
It is spooky season.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Excellent report. Okay, we're going to move on to our second public participation. Do we have some people?
We have 2. The first is Mr. Paul Chambers.
Paul Chambers, 990 Business 28. Paul, you're so handsy with this thing. I saw you moving around 100 times. I'm the same way. Me too, buddy. I know everybody wants to get out of here as much as I do. I'll try to make this quick. I didn't plan on talking about the bullying thing tonight, but I do appreciate and I applaud the districts. And I believe Emily Mason's been in a committee working on that, knowing that that is a platform thing of advocation for me. I do appreciate that. The numbers you gave us last year with the 1 to 3 reported cases, and now it's up to 9. I also applaud our board members that brought up the fact that there is a lot on social media, people that, someone in my immediate close relationships is an alum of Milford and dealt with, I mean, it's just, it's there. You hear people talking about how bad Milford is with bullying. And I did want to, I have seen something posted, here I go, Paul, I'm moving this microphone. I don't like the idea of separating conflict and rude and mean and bullying, because I really think that bullying, we can all say that when someone is rude, or when they're bullying, they are rude. And when they're bullying, there is a conflict. So I really do feel like, you know, we do need to look at it as more of a broader thing. I do understand why you break it down, because there's lesser situations. I understand it. But bullying is just simply bullying. So then I want to go on, and water bottles in a way, so I was trying to make sure I keep on that clock. I do want to talk about the Citizens Advisory Committee. I do want to point out to Mr. Spicer, since I was going to read what the actual report was from the Claremont Sun last year of what it was meant to be, and at face value, it was, I guess, the community thought it was going to be a collaborative thing between the schools and the community, and it really has not been that so much, because the community doesn't really know about it that much. There's thousands of people here and only a select few people in that committee. A couple of those people have approached me or other people in person or online. I did have a lot of information I wanted to provide. I won't go through those all tonight, but just specifically, just last night at my meet and greet for my campaign, I had someone that is part of your committee that boldface lied to me. And then another person that is online constantly harassing, being very agitating, and I would like to put on the record, sexually harassing multiple women in our community. And I do have proof of that. So I do think that there's some, I do applaud the idea of a ethics, code of ethics, and code of
Mr.
Yeah.
Chambers, I have to cut you off. One of the reasons we have that clock is
Right. I understand
from a
that.
couple of years ago. So
May I request 30 more seconds?
no, you can't.
Can we,
So we can.
Oh, appreciate that. Okay, so she's donating 30 seconds of her time. And Mr. Spicer, did you want to comment on something?
I was just going to say, if you want to get together and discuss some of this, that'd be great.
That would be awesome, thank you.
Yep.
Really quick, I would like to ask that all candidates in our upcoming election and current board members pledge to just donate their monthly checks back to the school until we are out of the caution or emergency situation. I do plan and pledge to do that. And lastly, there is another meet and greet at the Firemen's Memorial Hall next Tuesday from 6 to 8. I would like for any and all in the community to come out to that, including all 4 board member candidates for this year. Thank you for the additional time, and I'm sorry. Thank you, ma'am, too.
Mr. Chambers, I would like to just comment. I did comment earlier today about the report out from the CAC. 30 people is a slice of the community. It's not a representation as elected folks up here. So it is a slice of the community. We can talk further face-to-face, not a problem. I'll contact you. I do have your number. And then we can talk more about some of the things you brought up today. Yep. Thank you.
Do you have any others?
Yes, we have Miss Diana Lester. I just wanted to comment. I'll give 30 seconds because this is pre-programmed for 3 minutes. So I'm going to be.
Oh, I want to. Okay. Hi, Director, and I live on Beach Road over in Miami Township. You've got this emergency, 5.9 is saying it's not on, oh well.
It's on, you gotta just talk into it.
Five,
I can't hear you at all.
the 5.99 is an emergency. I just fail to see it's an emergency, because to me, emergency is the community, and I've heard some of you mention that the community needs to be proved. You need to prove to the community that you're being prudent with people's money. That, why couldn't you be, you said, I think it was you, sir, said that you had the opportunity or the need to cut $2 million. I think it would have went a long ways if perhaps you'd been able to cut some of that money to show the community that you're just not using this for a piggy bank. I've talked to many people, and they just feel like if you're a property owner or a small business person, that you're just a piggy bank. And just because you own a house or a small business doesn't mean you're awash in money. And every time you raise the property tax, seniors, widowers, disabled, people on fixed income are even plunged more into poverty because of where's the money coming from. And I don't think that when people lose houses, it breaks my heart to see, because they lost their property because they haven't paid the property tax. And it's really sad, and nobody really cares, as long as you all get the money that you need for the schools. And I understand you have wants and wishes, but people in the community have wants and wishes too. And I just think that if you would prove to the community a little bit better that you're responsible, that you're not just after money. Yes, it was 10 years for whatever this was. I wrote it down somewhere. But it's been 2 years since you got more money for the school. You know, you could put things in all these little brackets, and you could go after money every year for something. It's just not being prudent to show people that. I just want to know why you need the money to start with, because you can't even go down Branch Hillgany Pike without there being a new subdivision every week. Thousands new houses, more and more houses. What?
That's time.
Time?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I was just told that, I'll make it real quick, that there are conservative members running that will be for
I'm sorry, ma'am, we have,
conservative money, and that's Mr.
I'm sorry, we have to move on. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And vote against this.
Do we have others?
We do not.
Okay, let's see, where are we here? We are at open board discussion. Do I have anybody wants to comment?
I have a comment. Did we not change a policy regarding people participation that they do not have to give their address?
Yeah, I think it's just so ingrained that we probably need to tell people
Yeah.
they don't need to do that.
Correct.
I-
think
That's
it's
correct.
just- It's habit. We should probably.
I know, I
Yeah.
think about that as, the last couple months as people do that, and then it's like, we
I-
switch that.
I have another question along with that. Are we allowed to yield time to other people?
If the board agrees to do it.
I guess we agreed.
I mean, we didn't
No,
discuss it.
we did not vote on that. I don't know that we ever have, to be real honest with you.
So
What
let's
we
add
prob-
that to our policy revisions
And
of things to
You,
discuss.
you can
Good idea.
extend time. You can extend time.
We can extend time.
Mhm.
But once
Okay.
you start that becomes slippery.
You have 3 minutes, and you, yeah, 30 seconds. Mhm.
Okay, so we'll add that to our policy.
Yeah, and Mr. Espy, if you could remind people at future meetings going forward that to state their name and address.
Not address.
They don't have to state their address.
That, I think we said name and affiliation, so I'm a parent, I'm a business
Yes.
owner, I'm a blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah, whatever.
We'll do that. We'll remind.
Okay, would you do that, please? Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, we're to open board discussion at this point, folks. Any comments?
I want to address something really quick, Dave. I had mentioned to you, John, about this, and Dave briefly beforehand. I think there's a misunderstanding from some in the community about Ohio sunshine laws, and how this Ohio Revised Code, which is a law, applies to the 5 board members and every other board member in the state of Ohio for other public schools. And I just want to share really quickly what it is. The community that doesn't understand what sunshine laws are, they do at the end of today. And I hope everyone here tells your friends about what it is as well. The Ohio Sunshine Law is essentially, in a nutshell, a law that forces board members to make sure that we do not conduct meetings in secrecy. We need to openly discuss matters of the district when the public is present. In fact, we cannot have discussions about the district with more than 2 people anywhere, including at a barbecue. We can go to a barbecue, 3, 4, 5 of us, have a great social time, but we cannot discuss matters of the board at that barbecue. 2 of us can discuss matters of the board at any given time with anyone that we want to in the community, with ourselves privately, with others, with one-on-one with others in the community. 2 to 1,000, it doesn't matter. That is very legal, but we cannot discuss matters of the board with more than 2 people anywhere without public participation. The exception is what you saw tonight, executive session. Under executive session, this is all defined by Ohio Revised Code. That Ohio Revised Code, for everyone watching, is section 121.22. Read it in detail so that you understand it clearly. For us to convene to executive session, it must fall into one of 6 very, very specific topics. I was looking for that word. It's late for me too, guys. The 6 topics are the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of employee or official, or the investigation of charges or complaints against an employee, official, licensee, or student, unless the employee, official, licensee, or student requests a public hearing. That's one of them. And candidly, that's the majority of the time that we convene to executive session. If you ever pay really close attention, it's that first one, and we're not alone. As I've talked to other board members around the state, that's the #1 reason why you convene. Then we can have open discussion outside of the public purview. Number 2, the purchase of property for public purposes or the sale of property at competitive bidding. That is a very specific. We take that to executive session outside of the public purview. Conferences with the board's attorney to discuss matters which are the subject of pending or imminent court action. We have to take that privately with counsel into executive session. Number 5 or 4, preparing for, conducting, or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with employees. When we negotiate with the union, we do that in private, in executive session. And not just the union, but others. Number 5, matters required to be kept confidential by federal law or rules or state statutes. There are some things we must move into executive session privately. Specialized details of security arrangements. Security arrangements can mean all things keeping our children and our staff secure. That happens in executive session. So I wanted to share this because this word sunshine law has been tossed around, and it's been shared with me multiple times that we are breaking sunshine laws on this board for some reason. And I would just encourage anyone, if we're breaking sunshine laws, please bring it to our attention, because I know of no one on this board that's ever done that since I've been in this meeting. And I'll challenge anyone that's watching or in this to please let us know if you believe there's a violation of sunshine laws, because what I've just described to you is very clear on Ohio Revised Code, and there's no violation. And if there is, please let us know. That's what I wanted to share with you very, very briefly. I think the majority of people in this room show up every month and they know all about sunshine laws. But I want to make sure whoever's watching, if there's some in this room that doesn't understand sunshine laws, now they do. That's all I have to say. Anyone else want to comment on sunshine laws?
The only thing I would say is that I've been on this board too much short of 4 years. We have not had anyone come to us with a sunshine law complaint, litigation, or anything over that 4-year period. So the track record of the members you see in front of you are pretty darn good. And that's something we should all be proud of. And I have seen two people talking and a third board member walk up, and as soon as the subject turns to something on the board, that person, one of those three people, walk away. And lots of times it's me. So thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. Any other comments?
Would it be okay if I make a comment?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Especially if there's a gap in what I said.
There was no gap, so thank you. Ms. Lester and anyone in the public that would like to sit down with me, I'd be happy to sit down and talk about reductions that we have made, because we have made reductions. I have some detailed presentations I can get to you either electronically or in paper form. Be happy to sit down and talk to you and show you how we got to where we are. And that goes to any member of the public. I'll get you my contact information, hopefully before you leave, and I'd be happy to do that. And you know, my goal is to make sure that everyone in the community has all of the information that they need to make the decisions that they need to make.
Any other comments?
I have a feeling you have some.
I have the typical good news report for as long as I'm sitting here on this dais. Our marching band was the overall grand champion at the Loveland Band Invitational, and not just an overall grand champion, they swept all the awards, every award, whether it was music, presentation, percussion, flag, they took it all. They're very good. You might get a chance to see them somewhere down the line here. I'm going to go out of order on my order here. You might get to see them on Friday night, weather permitting. It is the last football game of the season. If not, maybe of the regular season. I left the word regular out, thank you. And I'm just going to go ahead and go on through the football part of it, because it's really exciting and hasn't happened in a long time. Football team is undefeated. They're 9-0. They play their final regular season game tomorrow. They're ranked first in the city, first in the Harbin ratings, and I believe they are sixth or seventh in the state. I can't remember right now. Our last undefeated team was 1957. I'm probably the oldest person in this room, and I was 3 years old when that happened. So it has been a long time. So what we're doing is we're honoring the members of the undefeated class from 1957 at the football game. I think it's going to be done at halftime. So if you want to come out to that game, get there early and bring everybody you know. It's very hard to be undefeated in anything. We have a chance to do it. I think it's going to happen tomorrow night, and hopefully they have to close up downtown Milford because everybody's up here on the hill. So I challenge everybody to come up here, get a ticket, and come in and see the game. We have two music instructors, a band director, Brandon Dickton, and McCormick music teacher, Megan Schott, were invited to present at the OMEA State Educators. That's the Ohio Music Educators Association. And finally, this is kind of just to get the word out here, Clue is still sold out. We didn't add any more shows. We've got 6 shows going on. They'll be the 5th through the 9th. There's one of those days we have 2 shows going on. The Milford Craft Show is Saturday, December 2nd from 9 till 3:30. There's over 200 crafters all over the high school selling their wares. It's the largest craft show in the tri-state area. Don't let anybody tell you any different. And Milford Flight Night is scheduled for Thursday, March 14th, 2024. That's getting a little bit down the road, but make your plans early. Maybe you want to be a sponsor. The event's organized by the Athletic Boosters with the proceeds going to Milford Athletics. The guest speakers this year are Baseball Hall of Famer Tony Perez and Reds great, who also should be in the Hall of Fame, Davey Concepcion. Tickets will go on sale sometime after the first of the year, probably around February. And it's a great event if you haven't been there, and if you have been there, I don't have to tell you it's a great event. That is all that I have tonight, so let's go back to the agenda here. Any other comments? Just check again. Next regular board meeting is November 9th, 2023. You might note that it is early. We always make the November meeting coincide with Veterans Day, where we're going to honor our active service people and our veterans. So it's a nice evening, and I'm sure Mr. Knapp will be here and take care of that.
I just want to comment that on Friday will be all of the elementary schools will celebrate that day, and then Monday, junior high and high school will celebrate.
That's in addition to what we do here in the board
Correct.
office.
So we did that one year, and somebody didn't like it, and they thought we weren't doing anything, but we can't have all the veterans in all of our schools in the same day, so we split it up. Just,
In this
just
area,
a
that would
reminder.
be a lot of people.
We do.
Okay, at this point, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
I'm assuming there's no discussion, so let's call the roll one last time.
Mr. Combs?
Yes.
Mrs. Nolan?
Yes.
Mrs. Mason?
Yes.
Mrs. Chestnut?
Yes.
Mr. Miranda?
Yes, thank you and good evening.